Chapter 1761. Yumu sighed softly. She didn't say anything, because she knew that it would be useless no matter what she said. Moreover, she would even offend someone. How strong was the woman in a simple dress? She didn't know. She really didn't know. She was at the space-time realm as well, but she couldn't sense the woman's true strength, because she killed with a single strike of her sword. However, she knew that the three people by her side weren't simple as well. All three of them were peak space-time realm experts, and they weren't ordinary peak space-time realm experts. The three of them could instantly kill space-time realm experts of the same level. As for mortal severing realm experts, they were like ants before the three of them. However, she knew that the three of them were absolutely not as strong as the woman in a simple dress. Only when they faced the woman in a simple dress would they realize how terrifying she was. Meanwhile, the third Demon King suddenly said, "I know that you're invincible amongst your peers, but this woman's strength is probably extraordinary as well. It's best not to underestimate her." Li Xianqing glanced at the third Demon King and smiled. "I can kill her if she isn't a Saint Ascension realm expert." The Saint Ascension realm. The third Demon King nodded slightly. "There's no aura of a saint here. I presume she isn't a Saint Ascension realm expert. However, we still can't underestimate her. It's better to be safe than sorry." Li Xianqing roared with laughter. "I can kill anyone below the minor saint realm." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot. Bladeswoman Mo turned around and disappeared as well. The third Demon King's expression was calm, and no one knew what he was thinking. Yumu glanced at the third Demon King and said, "The third Demon King is provoking them on purpose." The third Demon King glanced at Yumu and smiled. "That little girl isn't simple at all." Yumu fell silent. The third Demon King spoke softly. "She's very strong, right?" Yumu immediately nodded. The third Demon King smiled. "In your opinion, is she stronger or am I?" Yumu was slightly hesitant. The third Demon King said, "Looks like she's stronger." Yumu spoke solemnly. "Her strength is a mystery." As she spoke, she gazed at the third Demon King. The third Demon King didn't tell them about Elder Lin Mu being instantly killed because, at this point, she didn't say anything else. The third Demon King smiled. "What a smart girl." Hearing this, Himu's face darkened. The third Demon King said softly, "There is always someone better than you out there. Although the godly spring of eternal life is tempting, if the other party is too strong, our Sky Demon Kingdom will naturally give it up. However, I have to see exactly how strong this woman is." Yumu looked at the three Demon Kings. "The three Demon Kings want to use the two of them to test her?" The third Goblin King nodded. "If she can even kill those two instantly then." At this point he glanced at Himu. "Lass, it's not that we don't believe him. It was just that he was still unable to come into contact with certain levels, so some of his judgments might be wrong. Therefore, I need to test this woman's true strength. If she's just an ordinary peak space-time realm expert, then we'll have to take revenge. If she can even kill those two, then our Sky Demon Kingdom will have to suffer this loss even if we don't want to." Yumu nodded slightly. "I understand. If she was just an ordinary peak space-time realm powerhouse." Third Monster King laughed. "I want to kill him. I want the spring of eternal life too." The news of the godly spring of eternal life, appearing in the primordial realm, spread quickly. For a time, other than the ancient realm, Sky Demon Kingdom, and the small cave, beyond the heavens, countless mysterious powerhouses entered the primordial realm. However, after knowing that the godly spring of eternal life was with Yi Xian, those mysterious powerhouses immediately left the primordial realm to search for Yi Xian. Yi Clan. In the main hall, the powerhouses of the Yi Clan were all present. At this moment, everyone's expression was extremely solemn, because too many powerhouses had come during this period of time, all for the godly spring of eternal life. At this moment, an elder in the hall suddenly said, "Fortunately, the elder gave the godly spring of eternal life to young Master Yi Xian, or else our Yi Clan would be in danger." In the hall, everyone nodded. If the godly spring of eternal life was still there, then the Yi Clan would definitely be attacked by a group of powerhouses. On the main seat, Yi Yuan said softly, "I wonder if young Master Yi can hold on." He was actually quite worried because the strength of the powerhouses that had come had far exceeded his expectations. Meanwhile, a black-clothed old man suddenly appeared in the hall, and he spoke in a low voice. Patriarch, I've received news that those mysterious powerhouses are madly searching for young Master Yi Xian. Yi Yuan's face instantly sank when he heard this. An elder suddenly said, Do you need our help? Yi Yuan shook his head. There's no need for us to do anything with Senior Su Chong here. If that senior can't stop them, then we'll only be giving our lives away. As he spoke, a wisp of worry flashed through his eyes as he looked out of the hall. I hope the young master is safe. Meanwhile, Yi He spoke abruptly. I think we shouldn't worry about the young master. Everyone looked at Yi He, and he hesitated for a moment before he said, I think that Senior Su Chong's temper isn't particularly good. If these people offend her, then wouldn't she destroy our universe if she gets angry? Everyone was speechless. In the starry sky, the expanse of starry sky in front of her started to break down bit by bit under her control, and then it converged in front of her. Yi Xian gazed at her. Needless to say, he was beyond shocked right now. What sort of divine ability is this? The space in front of Qing, wasn't vanishing, it was being reconstructed instead. This had exceeded the scope of his understanding. Suddenly, the hilt of a sword appeared in front of Qing. Yi Xian hurriedly walked over to Qing. Only the hilt? Qing glanced at the sword hilt, and then she said, This space is only suitable to be a sword hilt. Yi Xian blinked. The hilt is suitable? Qing nodded. Come, let's go make the hilt. As she spoke, she took Yi Xian's hand and vanished on the spot. It didn't take long for Yi Xian and the woman to arrive in a temporal dimension. However, the temporal dimension here wasn't quite the same as the one Yi Xian had seen in the past. Yi Xian glanced at the surroundings. Qing, the temporal dimension here. Qing suddenly said, The river of time is the main vein of this universe. Yi Xian frowned slightly. The main vein. Qing nodded. Every universe has a main vein of time, and it records the beginning and end of the universe. Very few people are able to come into contact with this main vein. She glanced at the surroundings as she spoke, and then said, We're standing in the present. If we move forward, we'll return to the past, and if we move forward, we'll arrive at the future. To the future. Yi Xian hurriedly looked ahead, and he noticed that there were almost a few 100,000 Xiao Dao in front of him. Yi Xian gazed at Qing. Qing spoke softly, The future is uncertain. Every move we make will result in a different outcome. So the future is unknown and uncertain. Yi Xian spoke solemnly. Can Qing predict the future? Qing glanced at Yi Xian. I can if I want to. Yi Xian blinked. Then do you want to? Qing shook her head. Yi Xian was puzzled. Why? Qing pointed forward and said, I can change any future if I want to. I can even erase the future. Yi Xian was stunned, and then he smiled bitterly. He finally understood. Invincible. Qing was invincible. She was invincible, almost omnipotent. Yi Xian suddenly sighed. As Xiaotao said, an existence like Qing should not exist in this world. At this time, Xiaotao's face changed. He hurriedly said, Young master, don't talk nonsense. I have never said such words. I swear on my master. No, I swear on my tower, I have never said such words. Yi Xian curled his lips. Qing's temper is so good. Why is Xiaotao so nervous? Xiaotao was confused. Good temper? Good temper? Xiaotao was silent. This young master has started not to speak human language. Qing glanced at Yi Xian. The corner of her mouth raised slightly. Yi Xian smiled. Qing, your smile is so beautiful. Qing nodded softly said, I only smile for you to see. Yi Xian laughed. He grabbed Qing's hand. I think I am the happiest person in the world. Inside Yi Xian, Xiaotao sighed. He found that the plain-dressed woman gave all her good things to Yi Xian. She was also the person who doted on Yi Xian the most in the world. As long as Yi Xian willed it, she would not hesitate to destroy the entire universe. Qing grabbed Yi Xian's hand. She looked at Yi Xian. I will forge the sword for you. With that, she turned around and flicked her sleeve. Boom. All of a sudden, the river of time in the surrounding main vein began to boil like boiling water. It was an extremely terrifying sight. Yi Xian's face fell. Qing, or what will happen if this main river of time is destroyed? Qing, or looked at Yi Xian. If the universe collapses, all life will cease to exist. Yi Xian blinked. Don't tell me you want to use this main river of time to forge the sword for me? Qing said. I don't think there's a problem, but perhaps you don't want me to destroy this universe, right? Yi Xian nodded quickly, yes. Although he wasn't a good person, he wouldn't be able to wipe out all living beings in this universe just because of a single thought of his. After all, there were countless living beings in this universe. Furthermore, there were many of his friends and family. Qing nodded. I will not erase this universe. I will absorb the power of time in this main river of time. With that, she looked at Yi Xian. I want to forge a sword with space-time as the hilt, time as the blade, and the nomological principles as the tip. This sword can only be used by me. Hearing this, Yi Xian felt his blood boiling. From Qing's words, this sword was definitely not an ordinary one. In Yi Xian's body, Xiaotao was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, It's over. The little lord has risen. Next, the act-tough king will appear in the world. Chapter 1762. Needless to say, Yi Xian's blood was boiling at this moment. A sword forged by Qing. He was looking forward to it even more. From all around, the power of time converged on Qing. She was extracting the power of time from the entire universe, including the past, present, and future. Truth be told, Yi Xian didn't quite understand what this meant. If a top-notch expert was here, he or she would be shocked. Extracting the power of time from the present was not particularly difficult, but extracting the power of time from the past was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Extracting the power of time from the future was even more difficult. Theoretically speaking, extracting the power of time from the future was an impossible task, because the future was uncertain. But Qing did it. No one knew how she did it. If Yi Xian asked, she would definitely tell him, but Yi Xian didn't think about it at all. Gradually, a sword condensed into form in front of Qing. The sword was white. Hard to notice if one didn't look closely. It was 3 feet long and 2 fingers wide. From the surface, the sword looked simple and unadorned. Time was the sword's body. At this time, the sword was completely formed. Qing flicked her sleeves, and the power of the world dispersed. Qing opened her palm, and the sword appeared in her palm. She looked at the sword in her hand, her expression calm. It's a bit lacking. If I condensed it directly from this universe's main time vein, it would be better. Yi Xian sweated. Sometimes Qing's way of thinking was really dangerous. Condensing it from this universe's main time vein was equivalent to erasing this universe. At this time, Qing suddenly combined the hilt with the sword. Boom. In an instant, Yi Xian felt the surroundings boil. Qing gently waved her hand, and everything returned to normal. Qing looked at the sword in her hand, and it trembled slightly. Yi Xian walked to Qing's side and looked at the sword. Qing, this sword is special, right? Qing nodded. To you it's special. Yi Xian was speechless. He felt like he had been hurt many times. Qing continued. We're still missing the sword point and sword soul. With that, she disappeared with Yi Xian. When the siblings reappeared, they were already in a boundless starry sky. Qing slowly closed her eyes. Yi Xian glanced at Qing, not daring to disturb Qing. Right at this moment, the starry sky above Qing suddenly started trembling violently. In the next moment, a strand of extremely terrifying pressure swept down from that expanse of space, and then the entire starry sky started seething with excitement. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. At this moment, he actually had a feeling of suffocation. Invincible. This was what he was feeling at the moment. The owner of this pressure was too terrifying. Apart from Qing's group of 3, this was the most terrifying pressure he had ever encountered. Just the pressure alone was enough to make him despair. Whose pressure was this? Xiaotao suddenly said, Young lord, don't panic. With Sister Tianming here, no one can act tough. It paused for a moment, then added, Except for you. Yi Xian. Just then a shadow quietly formed above Qing's head. Yi Xian looked at the shadow. It was like a shadow, he couldn't see it clearly. but judging from the appearance, it seemed to be a woman. The shadow looked at the woman in the plain dress, its voice indifferent. How can you sense me? The woman in the plain dress shook her head. I don't like your tone. With that, she flicked her sleeves. With the sound of a sword ringing, a ray of sword light pressed against the shadow's forehead. Yi Xian's face turned solemn because he found that the shadow's hand had grabbed the sword light. Blocked Qingyur's sword? At this moment, the sword light pierced through the shadow's forehead without warning. Boom. In an instant, the shadow seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. Its whole body trembled violently, and then became illusory. The shadow said in astonishment, You, the woman in the plain dress walked in front of the shadow. I want to borrow some power of law from you. Is there a problem? The shadow hurriedly shook its head. No problem. Its voice was trembling. She confirmed that she couldn't beat this person. The woman in the plain dress nodded. I need to use your power of law to condense the tip of my sword. Remember, I want your power of law. After a moment of silence, the shadow opened its palm. In an instant, countless power of law gathered in its palm. Yi Xian walked to Qingyur's side. Qingyur, who is she? Qingyur said. The spirit of the supreme law of this universe. She can be considered to be a core existence of the current universe. As for her strength, she can be said to be one of the peak existences in the current universe. Yi Xian's heart shook when he heard this. No wonder a single pressure from her was so difficult to endure. Moreover, that pressure wasn't targeted at him. If it was targeted at him, then he wouldn't be able to fight back at all. This is the supreme law of this current universe. She's a real big shot. At this moment, the supreme law suddenly looked at Qingyur. You've jumped out of that circle. Qingyur glanced at the supreme law. Which circle are you talking about? The supreme law was speechless. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he asked, Qingyur, are there many circles? Qingyur nodded. Many. I don't know which one she's talking about. Yi Xian was speechless. The supreme law said in a low voice, the current circle of laws. Qingyur glanced at the supreme law. It jumped out hundreds of thousands of years ago. The supreme law's expression froze. After a moment of silence, she asked again, how did it jump out? Qingyur said, let's not discuss such a low-level question. The supreme law was speechless. Within Yi Xian's body, Xiaota sighed softly. Sigh, supreme law big shot. Do you think you're the young master? It knew that Heaven's mandate would only answer Yi Xian's questions and patiently explain them. If others asked her a question, then she'd be merciful if she didn't stab them with her sword. The supreme law hesitated for a moment, but it didn't dare to continue asking, because it realized that the woman in front of it was already slightly impatient. At this moment, Qingyur suddenly opened her palm. In an instant, the power of countless supreme laws started to gather in her palm. Gradually, a sword tip was formed. Yi Xian said softly, Qingyur, does this sword tip formed from the supreme law have any special effects? Qingyur said, it can slash through all laws. As she spoke, she glanced at the supreme law and said, apart from her. The supreme law didn't say anything. It was formed from her power of laws, so it naturally couldn't slash through her. However, apart from her, it could slash through all laws in this universe. At this moment, the sword tip in Qingyur's hand suddenly finished forming, and she directly fused it with the hilt and blade. Bang! A powerful sword aura swept out from the sword. In an instant, the starry sky and the surroundings started to seethe once more, and then it was gradually destroyed. The sword tip was formed. At this moment, Qingyur pressed her fingers together and flicked the sword lightly, and it instantly calmed down. Qingyur glanced at the sword in her hand and said, only the sword soul is left. As she spoke, she glanced at the supreme law before her. The supreme law's expression changed drastically. Don't tell me she wants me to be the sword soul? Yi Xian's eyelids twitched as well. Don't tell me Qingyur really wants this supreme law to be the sword soul? Meanwhile, Qingyur suddenly opened her palm, and then a sword flew out from within Yi Xian's body. The soul-suppressing sword. Qingyur sized it up and said, the sword soul needs to acknowledge you as its master, and it needs to be connected to your heart. Only then will you be able to truly control a sword. As she spoke, she gazed at the soul-suppressing sword in her hand, This sword soul is very suitable. However, its cultivation is too low right now, so I have to improve it. As soon as she finished speaking, she tapped the sword soul with her finger. Bang! In an instant, the soul-suppressing sword started to tremble violently. It was forcefully improving it. The soul-suppressing sword's aura grew stronger and stronger. In the end, its aura actually caused Yi Xian to feel a certain amount of pressure. Meanwhile, Qing'er withdrew her hand and gazed at the soul-suppressing sword. I've given her new life. She can devour any soul now, so you'll have to constantly feed her from now on. The more you feed her, the stronger she'll become. Yi Xian was slightly puzzled. Feed what? Qing'er replied, souls. Yi Xian was speechless. Qing'er directly fused the soul-suppressing sword with the sword in her hand. Bang! A sword hell suddenly shot into the sky and shot deep into the starry sky. At this moment, countless stellar regions heard this sword howl. A dark-clothed man suddenly stopped moving in an unknown part of the starry sky. It was Li Xianqing from the minor abode. Li Xianqing turned around and looked towards the distance, and then the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Found it. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot. In another part of the boundless starry sky, Lady Mo suddenly stopped moving as well. A moment later, she turned around and slashed, causing the space in front of her to be torn open. After that, she stepped into the torn space and started to travel through space. In the starry sky, the plainly dressed woman handed the sword in her hand to Yi Xian. It's yours. Yi Xian took the sword. As he held it, he immediately felt Little Soul's presence. At this moment, he felt as if he and the sword were one. Clearly, this was because of Little Soul. Yi Xian looked at Qing'er. Qing'er, what's so special about this sword? Qing'er said, Spacetime is the hilt, and spacetime is the sword. With this sword, you can travel to any spacetime, and not be restricted by any spacetime. Not only that, but with a thought, the sword can appear in any spacetime. Yi Xian shifted his consciousness. In an instant, the sword in his hand appeared in the undead imperial clan, which was countless galaxies away. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. He had just been thinking about it, but he never expected that the sword would appear in the Undying Emperor clan. That wasn't the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was that he could feel everything in the Undying Emperor clan through the sword. It was as if he himself was in the Undying Emperor clan. At this time, Qing'er said, You can use this sword to travel freely through the spacetime of the myriad worlds. All spacetime restrictions have no effect on you. You can reach the Undying Emperor clan in an instant. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the sword appeared in his hand. Looking at the sword, Yi Xian fell silent. Originally, spacetime had its restrictions and resistance. But now that he had this sword, spacetime had no restrictions or resistance. He could travel through the myriad worlds with a thought. Of course, he was thinking about why Qing'er could kill people in a second. There was only one word to describe it. Fast. He could do it very fast now. Of course, compared to Qing'er, he was far inferior. But compared to others? Qing'er said, As for the power of time. At this point she frowned and turned to look. Not far away, a man in black clothes was slowly walking over. Li Xuani. Invincible in the spacetime realm. After Li Xuani appeared, he looked at the Supreme Law and smiled. So there is someone faster than me. Sir, are you also here to kill this woman? Hearing this, the Supreme Law's expression changed. She stared at Li Xuani. Don't speak nonsense, or I will exterminate your entire clan. P.S. The weather has been getting colder and colder. Everyone, please keep warm. Especially those with children at home. My son has caught a cold. He's been crying in the middle of the night every day. He's about to collapse. Everyone, please keep warm, and remind your family to keep warm. Chapter 1763. Kill this woman? The Supreme Law almost went berserk. Where did this idiot come from? Sure, show off, but don't drag me into it. I can't even hide in time. Li Xianqing frowned slightly. I'm not here to kill her. The Supreme Law turned to look at the plain-dressed woman. I don't know him. His desire to live was very strong. The plain-dressed woman looked at Li Xianqing without saying a word. Li Xuanqing's gaze also landed on the plain-dress woman. When he saw her, he frowned slightly. Something was wrong. At this moment he felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Yi Xian suddenly said, "Is she from the Sky Demon Nation?" Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, Li Xuanqing smiled and said, "I'm Li Xuanqing of the Small Grotto Heaven." Small Grotto Heaven? Yi Xian frowned slightly. Li Xuanqing? I've never heard of you. Li Xuanqing laughed. Isn't it normal that you've never heard of me when you're in the lowest level of this universe? Yi Xian. At this moment, the Supreme Law suddenly said, "She's from the Small Grotto Heaven." Li Xuanqing looked at the Supreme Law with a hint of seriousness in his eyes. Who is it? At this moment, he suddenly realized that this Supreme Law was very dangerous. After a moment of silence, the Supreme Law said, "Chen Dongxian is the ancestral master, right?" Li Xuanqing narrowed his eyes. Who is it? The Supreme Law looked at Li Xuanqing coldly. Ancestral Master Chen Dongxian is someone after all. Why is there such an idiot among his descendants? Li Xuanqing's eyes gradually turned cold. How dare you humiliate me? The Supreme Law was expressionless. Humiliate? You don't have that right. Li Xuanqing's lips curled into a sinister smile. Arrogant. As he spoke, he flicked his sleeves, and a powerful force swept toward the Supreme Law. However, that powerful force disappeared without a trace as soon as it reached the Supreme Law. Li Xuanqing was stunned at the sight of this. Arrogant. The Supreme Law looked at Li Xuanqing coldly. Even if the ancestral master sees me, he has to kowtow obediently. Li Xuanqing was so angry that he laughed. What a joke! As he spoke, he suddenly vanished on the spot. In the next moment, he appeared directly above the Supreme Law's head. Then he stomped his foot down. Heaven and earth trampling. As soon as he finished speaking, a gigantic footprint that was 1,000 feet long came crashing down from the top of the Supreme Law's head. Boom. In an instant, the entire starry sky became illusory. Right at this moment, the huge footprint vanished without a trace, and the Supreme Law didn't even budge an inch. In the air, Li Xuanqing's face was filled with disbelief. At this moment, the Supreme Law opened its palm. Imprison. As soon as he finished speaking, the space around Li Xuanqing transformed into a bloody cage. Seeing this, Li Xuanqing's expression instantly changed. The laws of heaven and earth, it's the legendary Supreme Laws. Supreme Laws. Li Xuanqing's entire body was trembling. What kind of existence was a Supreme Law? That was the existence of the ceiling of this current universe. Even the patriarch of the Small Grotto Heaven was as weak as an ant in front of her, let alone him. Why was this Supreme Law here? The Supreme Law was about to speak, but at this moment, the woman in a plain dress suddenly spoke. He seems to be looking for me. Hearing this, the Supreme Law's expression instantly changed, and she hurriedly bowed. Senior, such a person isn't worthy of your attention at all. Seeing the Supreme Law address the woman in a plain dress as senior, Li Xuanqing's face was filled with astonishment. Senior? The Supreme Law was so respectful to this woman? The woman in a plain dress glanced at Li Xuanqing. His target seems to be me. Li Xuanqing stared fixedly at the woman in a plain dress. Who is it? The woman in a plain dress shook her head. Why do you all like to ask such boring questions? As she spoke, she looked at the Supreme Law. Do you know where that Small Grotto Heaven is? The Supreme Law nodded. The woman in a plain dress said, Point me in a direction. Yi Xian was speechless. The Supreme Law hesitated for a moment, and then pointed to the right. The woman in a plain dress opened her palm, and a sword appeared in her hand. She was just about to attack when she seemed to have thought of something, and her brows furrowed. A short moment later, she turned to look at Yi Xian. I need some opponents to temper myself. Are you confident? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he turned to look at the Supreme Law. Is this Small Grotto Heaven very strong? The Supreme Law glanced at Yi Xian. It's not especially strong. Yi Xian nodded slightly, and then he smiled. I'm confident. Within the World Prison Pagoda, Xiao Ta sighed softly in his heart. Young lord, this idiot has confidence my ass. That person before us is the ceiling of the current universe. Is his being weak the same as his being weak? The woman in a plain dress nodded slightly when she heard Yi Xian. Then I'll deal with him myself. As she spoke, she looked at Li Xianqing. The latter said fiercely, Who exactly is it? The woman in a plain dress waved her hand casually. Bang! Li Xuanqing's entire body trembled violently, and then his body vanished. At this moment, she looked at Yi Xian. Absorb him. Yi Xian was stunned, and then he hurriedly let go of the soul-suppressing sword in his hand. The soul-suppressing sword transformed into a black ray of light and entered Li Xuanqing's body. Bang! Li Xuanqing's entire body trembled violently, and his soul gradually started to vanish swiftly. It was absorbed by the soul-suppressing sword. However, because his soul was very strong, the soul-suppressing sword was actually unable to absorb it immediately. Li Xianqing wanted to resist, but he couldn't resist at all. It was as if his body had been frozen. As he watched his soul vanish bit by bit, Li Xianqing was finally terrified. He was truly terrified, because he knew that once his soul was absorbed, then it was equivalent to being wiped out. At this point, Li Xianqing suddenly roared furiously. Do you dare let me call for help? Call for help. Yi Xian was speechless. The woman glanced at Li Xianqing, and then she waved her hand lightly. The soul-suppressing sword flew back into her grasp, and then she gazed at Li Xianqing. Go on. Li Xianqing glanced coldly at her, and then he gazed at the supreme law. Your supremacy, you won't interfere, right? Actually, he was even more afraid of the supreme law than the woman in a plain dress. Even though the woman had destroyed his body with a single swing of her sword, as far as he was concerned, it was because he'd been imprisoned by the supreme law. The supreme law glanced at Li Xianqing. I won't interfere. Li Xianqing instantly heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. He opened up his palm, and a violet token suddenly appeared there. Li Xianqing silently chanted an incantation, and it didn't take long for the violet token to suddenly shoot into the sky and vanish in the deepest depths of the starry sky. Meanwhile, the supreme law suddenly said, Is there something wrong with your head? Li Xianqing gazed at the supreme law, and then he hesitated for a moment before he said, Senior, what do you mean? The supreme law sighed softly and didn't say another word. Actually, she suddenly understood a little. Was Li Xianqing stupid? He definitely wasn't stupid. Not to mention Li Xianqing. Even she herself had underestimated the woman in a plain dress in the beginning. However, unlike Li Xianqing, she'd immediately realized how terrifying the woman in a plain dress was as soon as she attacked. She was an outsider. Moreover, she was the second outsider she'd encountered. Meanwhile, the woman in a plain dress turned around and walked over to Yi Xian, and then she passed the sword to Yi Xian. Yi Xian took the sword and asked, Qing, or how do I utilize the energy of time? The woman said, The energy of time within it has two uses. The first is offensive. With this sword in hand, one can enter anyone's temporal dimension at will. When she spoke up to this point, she paused for a moment and said, Except for one type of person. Yi Xian hurriedly asked, Which type? The woman said, Time cultivators. The supreme law's expression suddenly changed when he heard her. Greetings, time cultivators. The woman glanced at the supreme law. Yes. The supreme law said solemnly. What do you think of them, senior? The woman in a plain dress was expressionless. A bunch of retards. The supreme law. Yi Xian asked, Why do you say that? The woman in a plain dress said, They're cultivating in the wrong direction. The supreme law, who was at the side, hurriedly asked, What's wrong? The woman in a plain dress glanced at the supreme law. Don't ask such a low-level question. The supreme law. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, wanting to speak but holding back. Qing looked at Yi Xian. You want to know? Yi Xian nodded. The woman in a plain dress immediately explained. Time isn't alone. There's only time when there's space-time. Without space-time, where's time? They studied time but neglected the Tao of space-time, which was equivalent to putting the cart before the horse. Time is built on the foundation of space-time. As she spoke, she looked at Yi Xian. Do you understand? If not, I'll explain in more detail. The supreme law, who was at the side, had an extremely ugly expression. Damn it. Why was there such a huge difference between people? Yi Xian smiled sheepishly. I understand. The woman in a plain dress nodded. You just have to remember one thing. Space and time are inseparable. That's not right. It's under the current laws of the universe that space and time are inseparable, which is space-time. This is because the place where the living beings of this current universe live is in space-time. As she spoke, she looked at Yi Xian's sword. I've used this universe's main time vein to forge the sword's body. In other words, with this sword no one can enter the space-time dimension, including those so-called time cultivators. Actually, this sword's power of time is rather special. You can slowly study it in the future, and it'll have a miraculous effect on you now. Yi Xian nodded. I understand. At this moment, the Supreme Law, who was at the side, hesitated for a moment, then said, Senior, you said that within the current laws of the universe, time and space are inseparable. Does that mean that other universes can be separated? The woman in a plain dress looked at the Supreme Law coldly. Why do you have so much to say? Do you want to die? The Supreme Law, Yi Xian. Chapter 1764. At this moment, the Supreme Law was extremely depressed. The reason why she had asked again was that she felt that the woman in the plain dress should be very easy to talk to. After all, Yi Xian would answer all her questions, and his attitude was surprisingly good. But at this moment, she realized that the woman in the plain dress only had a good attitude towards this young man. After figuring it out, the Supreme Law couldn't help but glance at Yi Xian with a trace of curiosity in her eyes. Who exactly is this young man? Meanwhile, Li Xianqing, who hadn't died yet, stared at the woman in the plain dress. A bad feeling suddenly arose in his heart, and this feeling was spreading ceaselessly. Why does this woman dare to berate the legendary Supreme Law? Yet this Supreme Law doesn't even dare to make a sound. Who exactly is she? In the distance, the woman in the plain dress picked up Yi Xian's sword. She used her finger to trace down the blade until she reached the tip, and then she flicked it lightly. A sword hum instantly resounded throughout the starry sky. Qing passed the sword in her hand to Yi Xian. Give it a name. Yi Xian smiled. Let's call it Qing Xian sword. Qing Xian. The woman looked at Yi Xian. You know my name? Yi Xian nodded and smiled. Is it good? The corners of the woman's mouth curled up slightly. Excellent. Yi Xian laughed. I think it's excellent too. The woman suddenly turned to look at Li Xianqing. Are your people here? Li Xianqing looked at the woman. Miss, can you let this matter go for the sake of the small abode? At this moment, he'd realized that something was off. This woman before him was definitely not an ordinary person. The woman looked at Li Xianqing. Sure. Li Xianqing instantly heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. At this moment, the woman in the plain dress spoke again. If you die, then we can settle this peacefully. Li Xianqing. How arrogant of you. At this moment, a voice suddenly resounded from the distant starry sky. In the next moment, an extremely terrifying pressure swept out from the depths of the starry sky like a tidal wave. And it was extremely shocking, as if it wanted to crush the starry sky. The Supreme Law took a glance at the depths of the starry sky and frowned. Had this small grotto heaven gone mad? Who gave them the guts? At this time, an old man suddenly appeared above everyone. The old man was dressed in a long black robe, his hair and beard all white. His eyes were as sharp as blades, and no one dared to look at him directly. Above the old man's head, there was a faint golden halo. Li Xianqing immediately bowed deeply when he saw the old man. Master. The old man looked at Li Xianqing and scolded coldly. You actually had your body destroyed by someone. How embarrassing. At this moment, the woman in the plain dress suddenly flicked her sleeve. A ray of sword light suddenly flew out. The old man didn't even have time to react before a ray of sword light pierced through his forehead. In an instant, his body shattered and only his soul remained. Li Xianqing. The old man was dumbfounded. His body was gone. At the side, the Supreme Law glanced at the woman in the plain dress, and deep fear flashed across his eyes. Because even she couldn't withstand that sword strike just now. Opposite the woman in the plain dress, the old man was still in a dumbfounded state. He looked at the woman in the plain dress blankly. This How is this possible? The woman in the plain dress turned to look at Li Xianqing. Is there anyone else? Li Xianqing stared fixedly at the woman in the plain dress and didn't speak. At this moment, the fear in his heart couldn't be described with any words. His master was a half-step little saint. A half-step little saint. An existence of this level had already come into contact with the current universe. In the ancestral hall of the Yi clan in Green City. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent and no virtue. From this moment on, Yi Xian's position as crown prince will be removed and Yi Lang will succeed him. The person who spoke was an old man in a black robe. Not far behind the old man stood a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides were the Yi clan's elders. Why? At this moment, a somewhat timid voice suddenly resounded in the ancestral hall. Everyone looked over and saw a little girl standing at the door. The little girl was about 12 or 13 years old. Her little hands were tightly holding the corners of her skirt, and her face was sickly pale. She looked a little weak, and there was a trace of timidity in her eyes. The little girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian from his position, she rushed over despite her illness. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed slightly to everyone in the ancestral hall and said timidly, Grand Elder, my brother Yi Xian is the crown prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason? The Grand Elder glanced coldly at Yi Ling. This is a matter of the clan. Why are you interrupting? Leave. Yi Ling was obviously afraid, and did not dare to look at the Grand Elder. However, she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. Once again, she bowed to the elders and said, Dear elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan. He is fighting for the clan, and it is unknown whether he is dead or alive. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to strip him of his position. This is really unfair. Impudent. The Grand Elder suddenly raged. Whether he's stripped or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men drag her away. At this time, the new crown prince Yi Lang suddenly laughed. He should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The Grand Elder coldly replied, Then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi clan's guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years. Even now he is fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new crown prince Yi Lang. He knew that his chance to shine had come. The guard sneered, Young Master Yi Lang inherits the title of crown prince. It's everyone's wish. What are you shouting about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded. Yi Ling's right cheek instantly turned red and swollen. However, she didn't cry. She just held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled. What's your name? The guard quickly bowed. This subordinate, Zhang Mu, greets the crown prince. Yi Lang nodded. You're not bad. After I become the crown prince, I need 10 personal guards. You can be my personal guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed. He quickly bowed deeply. This subordinate is willing to go through fire and water for the crown prince. I'm willing to die 1,000 deaths. Yi Lang nodded. Drag him away. This person is causing trouble in the ancestral hall. Do not hold back. Understood? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang. When he saw the killing intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this time, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something and stopped. Within the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. He was wearing a tight-fitting long robe that was tattered and covered in blood. This person was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from the Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a cold smile. Within the ancestral hall, all the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes. His face was dark and gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yi Lang, and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pum. Zhang Mu felt dizzy, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Lang did not stop there. He charged towards Zhang Mu again. At this time Yi Lang suddenly roared. Yi Xian, he's my man. How dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh. Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, "Your man?" As he spoke, he stomped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, "Prince, save me." Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced apart. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pung. Qingqing Yi Clan Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides, there were the Yi clan elders. Why? Right at this moment, a slightly timid voice suddenly resounded within the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look, and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that Yi Xian was to be replaced, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. "Yi Ling, what are you doing?" The girl called Yi Ling bowed to everyone in the hall, as she asked timidly, "Great elder, my brother, Yi Xian is the prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason?" The great elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. "This is a matter of the clan. What are you interrupting for? Leave." Yi Ling was clearly a little fearful. She did not dare to look the great elder in the eye, but she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides of the hall and said, "Elders, my brother is currently fighting with the Li family for the mining rights of the mine in Nanshan. He is now fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. However, the family has used a groundless excuse to remove his position as the crown prince. This is truly unfair. Impudent." The great elder suddenly raged. "Whether he's crippled or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away." At this time the new prince Yi Lang suddenly laughed. He should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The great elder replied coldly, "Then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi clan guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, "This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now he's fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him." One of the guards glanced at the new prince Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, "Young Master Yi Lang inherits the position of prince. What are you shouting for?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly turned red and swollen. However, she did not cry, and only held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled. "What's your name?" The guard hurriedly bowed. "Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the prince." Yi Lang nodded. "You're not bad. After I become the prince, I'll need 10 guards. From now on, you'll be my guard." Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and hurriedly bowed deeply. "I'll go through fire and water for the prince, and I'll do anything for you." Yi Lang nodded. "Drag him away. This person is causing trouble in the ancestral hall. Don't hold back, understand?" Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something, and suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe, and the robe was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's mouth curled into a cold smile. In the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, and his face was dark. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. "Who gave you the guts to touch my sister?" When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He hurriedly looked at Yi Lang, and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian was like a ferocious tiger, and before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung! Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Lang did not stop there, and charged towards Zhang Mu again. At this time Yi Lang suddenly roared, "Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you!" Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly, while Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, "Your man?" As he spoke, he stomped down on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess as he screamed, "Prince, save me!" Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pung! Chapter 1765. The supreme law was a little strange. This guy, she did not dare to be careless and nodded. "Young Master Yi, that small grotto heaven is not simple. Don't be careless." She actually wanted to destroy the small grotto heaven, not only to form a good relationship with Yi Xian and his sister, but also because the small grotto heaven made her very unhappy. However, she would not do it, because she still remembered what the woman in the plain dress had said just now. That was, the woman in the plain dress wanted Yi Xian to deal with it himself. It was obvious that she wanted the small grotto heaven for Yi Xian to practice. As if thinking of something, the supreme law suddenly asked, "Young Master Yi, that senior just now is..." Yi Xian smiled. "My sister." The supreme law looked at Yi Xian. "Sister?" Yi Xian nodded. The supreme law remained silent, but his expression grew more and more solemn. After a while, the supreme law said, "Young Master Yi, take care." After saying that, she turned and left. Today was a very meaningful day for her. Most of the time, it was not a bad thing to recognize one's own insignificance. After the supreme law left, Yi Xian looked at the sword in his hand, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. The sword in his hand was way too awesome. Mortal severing realm? He could really kill with one sword. Never mind a mortal severing realm. He could even kill a regular space-time realm powerhouse. And now he actually had a chance to reach the mortal severing realm, but he still wanted to cultivate to the heaven ascension realm first. He wanted to cultivate to the limitless realm. Steady and steady. After a while, Yi Xian sheathed his sword, turned and left. In another part of the starry sky, the three demon kings suddenly stopped in their tracks. Beside her, Yumu asked, "What's wrong?" The three demon kings looked at the end of the starry sky in the distance. "Li Xianqing is gone. Dead." Yumu's face instantly darkened. "That woman killed Li Xianqing." The three demon kings said softly, "She is much stronger than we thought. She should have surpassed space-time realm." Yumu looked at the three demon kings. "What should we do now?" After a moment of silence, the third goblin king said, "Return to the Sky Goblin Kingdom." With that, he turned around and left. The Sky Demon Kingdom would never be able to take revenge for this. His intuition told him that if he chose to take revenge, more people would die. She looked at the depths of the starry sky with Mu for a moment, then turned around and left. Yi Xian returned to the All-Heavens City. At this moment, Jian Mu and the other three were in secluded meditation. They were all trying to break through to the mortal severing tier. In the Sword League's main hall, Yi Xian looked at the sword maniac in front of him. Sister Nian and the others have left? Sword Maniac nodded. They left after coming out of seclusion. Yi Xian asked. Do you know where he went? The Sword Maniac shook his head. I don't know. Yi Xian felt a little helpless. Sister Nian and Tu were really too much. They didn't even bid farewell to him before leaving. Sword Maniac glanced at Yi Xian. You seem to have become stronger. Yi Xian smiled. Didn't you also reach the Heaven Ascension realm? The current Sword Maniac was in the Heaven Ascension realm. Moreover, his aura was vigorous, absolutely not something an ordinary Heaven Ascension realm could compare to. After a moment of silence, Sword Maniac said, What do you plan to do next? Yi Xian smiled. To the Ancient Realm. Sword Maniac frowned slightly. Ancient Realm? Yi Xian asked. You know about it? Sword Maniac nodded. Sword Ju and the others have been there before. Yi Xian smiled. Do you know about that place? Qingcheng Yi Clan Ancestral Shrine. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent and no virtue. From this moment on, Yi Xian's position as the Crown Prince will be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in a black robe. Not far behind the old man stood a youth with a faint smile hanging on the corner of the youth's mouth. This person was Yi Lang. And on both sides were the Yi clan's elders. Why? Just then, a somewhat timid voice suddenly sounded in the ancestral hall. Everyone looked over to see a little girl standing at the door. The little girl was about 12 or 13 years old. Her two little hands tightly gripping the corner of her skirt. Her face was sickly pale, looking a little weak, and there was a trace of timidity in her eyes. The little girl was called Yi Ling, Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed slightly to the people in the ancestral hall, and said timidly, Great Elder, my brother Yi Xian is the Crown Prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason? The Great Elder coldly glanced at Yi Ling. This is a family matter. What are you interrupting for? Leave. Yi Ling was obviously afraid, not daring to look at the Great Elder. However, she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. Once again she bowed to the elders. Dear elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan Hill. He's fighting for the clan, and his life is uncertain. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to strip him of his position. This is really unfair. Impudent. The Great Elder suddenly raged. Whether he's stripped or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time, the new Crown Prince, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed. You should be flogged 30 times as a warning. The Great Elder coldly replied. Then flog 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi clan's guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he's fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new Crown Prince Yi Lang. He knew that his chance to shine had come. The guard sneered. Young Master Yi Lang inherits the title of Crown Prince, and it's everyone's wish. What are you shouting for? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly turned red and swollen. However, she didn't cry, and only held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled. What's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed. This subordinate, Zhang Mu, greets the Crown Prince. Yi Lang nodded. You're not bad. After I become the Crown Prince, I'll need 10 personal guards. From now on, you'll be my personal guard. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed and hurriedly bowed deeply. This subordinate will go through fire and water for the Crown Prince, and I won't hesitate to die 10,000 times. Yi Lang nodded. Drag him away. This person is causing trouble in the ancestral hall. Do not hold back. Understood? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the killing intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this time, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something, and he suddenly stopped. Within the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, A young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. He was wearing a tight-fitting long robe, and his robe was tattered and covered in blood. This person was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a cold smile. Within the ancestral hall, all the elders began to frown. The great elder's eyes narrowed, and his expression was frighteningly dark. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his expression turned savage. "Who gave you the guts to touch my sister?" When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his expression changed. He hurriedly looked at Yi Lang, and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian was like a ferocious tiger, and before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung! Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Ling did not stop there, and he charged towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, "Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you!" Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's expression turned ugly, while Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, "Your man?" As he spoke, he stomped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess as he screamed, "Prince, save me!" Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's appearance, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pung! Qingcheng, Yi Clan Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be removed, and Yi Lang shall take over. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. Beside him were the Yi clan elders. "Why?" Right at this moment, a slightly timid voice suddenly resounded within the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look, and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian from his position, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. "Yi Ling, what are you doing?" The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to everyone in the hall, as she asked timidly, "Great elder, my brother Yi Xian is the prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason?" The great elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. "This is a matter of the clan. What are you interrupting for? Leave." Yi Ling was clearly a little fearful. She did not dare to look the great elder in the eye, but she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides of the hall and said, "Elders, my brother is currently fighting with the Li family for the mining rights of the mine in Nanshan. He is now fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. However, the family has used a groundless excuse to remove his position as the crown prince. This is truly unfair. Impudent." The great elder suddenly raged. "Whether he's stripped or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away." At this time, the new prince, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed. He should be flogged 30 times, as a warning to others. The great elder replied coldly, "Then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi clan guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, "This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now he's fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him." One of the guards glanced at the new prince, Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, "Young Master Yi Lang inherits the position of prince. What are you yelling about?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap! A crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up. But she did not cry, and only held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled. "What's your name?" The guard quickly bowed. "This subordinate, Zhang Mu, greets the prince." Yilang nodded. You're not bad. After I become the prince, I'll need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and quickly bowed deeply. This subordinate will go through fire and water for the prince, and I'll do anything for you. Yilang nodded. Drag him away. This person is causing trouble in the ancestral hall. Don't hold back, understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yilang, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yilang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yilang's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something, and he suddenly stopped. Inside the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside the hall. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man wore a tight-fitting robe that was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yilang's mouth curled into a cold smile. In the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder squinted his eyes and his face was dark. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yiling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yilang and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung! Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. Yilang did not stop there, and he charged towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yilang suddenly roared. Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yilang's face turned ugly, while Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, Your man? As he spoke, he stomped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yiling's side. Seeing Yiling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yiling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed. Brother, it hurts, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pung. Chapter 1766. Invincible. The black-clothed men and the others looked at each other. This Heaven Ascension stage guy actually said he was invincible? At this time, the black-clothed man in the lead suddenly said, Don't be careless, this person is not simple. As he spoke, he looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian, you're only at the Heaven Ascension stage. You can't protect the divine level spring of eternal life. If you're smart, you'd better. At this time, a sword suddenly pierced through his forehead. The voice of the black-clothed man in the lead came to an abrupt stop. Instant kill. The black-clothed men in the field were all dumbfounded. Instant kill? Yi Xian himself was also dumbfounded. He had actually instantly killed this guy. This was the mortal severing stage. Moreover, he had just casually struck out with his sword. He had not used the single sword to determine life and death, or the sword drawing technique. And it was such a casual strike that had instantly killed a mortal severing stage expert. Was this the terror of the green profound sword? In the instant that the green profound sword pierced through the black-clothed man's forehead, it began to madly absorb his soul. In the blink of an eye, the green profound sword had completely absorbed his soul, and the other black-clothed men were already somewhat panicking. Instant kill. Their boss had actually been instantly killed. What was there left to do? The others immediately fled. And at this time, a thought flashed through their minds. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. In an instant, more than 10 bloody heads directly flew out. All of them flew out at the same time. After those heads flew out, the green profound sword suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. Looking at the green profound sword in front of him, Yi Xian's expression became unprecedentedly serious. He had still underestimated the terror of the green profound sword. Without the obstruction of space and time, the speed of the green profound sword was too terrifying. Not to mention the mortal severing stage, even some space-time experts could not stop it. After a long silence, Yi Xian reached out and grasped the green profound sword. At this moment he had a feeling. Invincible. This was invincible. Holding this sword, he suddenly felt that even a space-time realm expert was like an ant. Thinking to this point, Yi Xian suddenly frowned. He suddenly felt that it might not be a good thing for him to keep holding on to this sword, because this was the strength of the sword, not his own strength. He had to be clear about this. Otherwise, he might be lost in the power of this sword. Of course, he wouldn't give up on this sword because of this. What a joke! This was something Qing'er had specially made for him. As long as he could maintain his original heart and recognize himself, it would be fine. After a short moment, Yi Xian put the green profound sword away, and then he transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the distance. To the ancient realm. The ancient realm. The ancient world was located in the ancient god star field. This was a very, very ancient star field. Not only did this star field have a long history, but it also had a very powerful martial arts civilization. This place was also known as the center of the universe. Many martial artists even treated this place as the starting point of the martial arts civilization in the universe. The entire ancient god star area was very prosperous, and the forces were very complicated. At the entrance of the ancient god star area, an old man in a gray robe kept sizing up the people entering the ancient god star area in the distance. The old man in the gray robe was a little hunched, and he looked a little thin, but his eyes were very lively. Beside the old man in the gray robe was a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man glanced at the people going in and out of the place in the distance, and smiled. "Oldly, you've been looking for so long. Haven't you seen anyone suitable? Green City Yi Family Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as the crown prince is removed, and Yi Lang will succeed him." The one who spoke was an old man in a black robe. Not far behind the old man stood a young man with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides were the elders of the Yi family. "Why?" At this time, a timid voice suddenly sounded in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look, and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's sister. When she heard that the family wanted to remove Yi Xian, she ignored her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. "Yi Ling, what are you doing?" The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall, and said timidly, "Great elder, my brother Yi Xian is the crown prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason?" The great elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. "This is a family matter. Why are you interrupting? Leave." Yi Ling was obviously afraid, and did not dare to look at the great elder. However, she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. Once again, she bowed to the elders. "Dear elders, my brother is fighting with the Li family over the mining rights at Nanshan. He is fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is dead or alive. Yet, the family is using a groundless excuse to strip him of his position. This is really unfair. Impudent." The great elder suddenly raged. "Whether he is crippled or not, it is not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away." At this time, the new crown prince Yi Lang suddenly laughed. "He should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others." The great elder coldly replied, "Then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 guards of the Yi residence rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, "This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the family for so many years, and even now, he is fighting for the family. The family is unfair to him." One of the guards glanced at the new crown prince Yi Lang. He knew that his chance to shine had come. The guard sneered, "Young Master Yi Lang inherits the crown prince's position, and it is everyone's wish. What are you shouting for?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly turned red and swollen. However, she did not cry, and only clutched her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled. "What's your name?" The guard hurriedly bowed. "This subordinate Zhang Mu greets the crown prince." Yi Lang nodded. "You are very good. After I become the crown prince, I will need 10 personal guards. From now on, you will be my personal guard." Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed and hurriedly bowed deeply. "This subordinate is willing to go through fire and water for the crown prince, and I am willing to die 10,000 times." Yi Lang nodded. "Drag him away. This person is causing trouble in the ancestral hall. Do not hold back. Understood?" Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the killing intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Lang's hair and dragged her out. At this time, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something, and he suddenly stopped. Inside the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside the hall. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. He was wearing a tight-fitting long robe, and his robe was tattered and covered in blood. This person was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a cold smile. Within the ancestral hall, all the elders began to frown. The great elder's eyes narrowed, and his expression was frighteningly dark. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his expression turned savage. "Who gave you the guts to touch my sister?" When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his expression changed. He hurriedly looked at Yi Lang, and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian was like a ferocious tiger, and before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Bang! Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop, and he rushed towards Zhang Mu again. At this time Yi Lang suddenly roared, "Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you!" Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's expression turned ugly, while Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, "Your man?" As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's entire face was a bloody mess as he screamed, "Prince, save me!" Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's appearance, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu, and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pung! Qingqing Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides, there were the elders of the Yi clan. Why? Right at this moment, a slightly timid voice suddenly resounded within the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look, and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that Yi Xian was to be replaced, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. "Yi Ling, what are you doing?" The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the hall, and asked timidly, "Great elder, my brother Yi Xian is the prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason?" The great elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. "This is a matter of the clan. What are you interrupting for? Leave." Yi Ling was clearly a little fearful. She did not dare to look the great elder in the eye, but she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides of the hall and said, "Elders, my brother is currently fighting with the Li family for the mining rights of the mine in Nanshan. He is now fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. However, the family has used a groundless excuse to remove his position as the crown prince. Impudent." The great elder suddenly raged. "Whether or not he's crippled, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away." At this time the new prince Yi Lang suddenly laughed. He should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The great elder replied coldly, "Then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi clan guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, "This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now he's fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him." One of the guards glanced at the new Prince Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, "Young Master Yi Lang inherits the position of prince. What are you yelling about?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly turned red and swollen. However, she did not cry, and only covered her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled. "What's your name?" The guard hurriedly bowed. "Subordinate Zhongmu greets the prince." Yi Lang nodded. "You're not bad. After I become the prince, I'll need 10 guards. From now on, you'll be my guard." Hearing this, Zhongmu was overjoyed and hurriedly bowed deeply. "I'll go through fire and water for the prince, and I'll do anything for you." Yi Lang nodded. "Drag him away. This person is causing trouble in the ancestral hall. Don't hold back, understand?" Zhongmu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhongmu seemed to have seen something and suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe, and the robe was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's mouth curled into a cold smile. In the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, and his face was dark. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhongmu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. "Who gave you the guts to touch my sister?" When Zhongmu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He hurriedly looked at Yi Lang, and just as he was about to speak, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung. Zhongmu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Lang did not stop there, and he charged towards Zhongmu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, "Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you!" Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhongmu's chest. Pooh! Zhongmu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly, while Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, "Your man?" As he spoke, he stomped down on Zhongmu's face. Zhongmu's face turned into a bloody mess as he screamed, "Prince, save me!" Yi Xian did not care about Zhongmu. As he walked to Yi Ling's side, seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, tears welled up in her eyes. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhongmu and kicked Zhongmu's head. Pung. Chapter 1767. At this moment, Old Li was convinced that Yi Xian was the young king of Sky Demon Kingdom. He had a deity-level spring of immortality with him. That was a deity-level spring of immortality. Only Sky Demon Kingdom and Ancient God World's top forces could have it. Because the deity-level spring of immortality was in the hands of these super forces. Old Li's respect for Yi Xian grew. This was the real young king of Sky Demon Kingdom. I must serve him well. The two continued forward. On the way, Yi Xian suddenly asked, "Old Li, tell me about this ancient world. You know that Sky Demon Kingdom is very far away from here. Therefore, I don't know much about the forces in this place." Old Li quickly nodded. "Young Master Yi, there are many forces in this ancient world, and it's very complicated. This is because some forces from the outside world often come here. However, it's actually very difficult for them to survive here because this place is very xenophobic." Yi Xian nodded. "Which force is the strongest?" Old Li said, "There are two strongest. The first is the Great Spiritual Palace. The Great Spiritual Palace is located in the Ancient God City. The Ancient God City is their subsidiary city. And there is a great saint in the Great Spiritual Palace. Great Sage." Yi Xian nodded. "What about the other one?" Oldly said. The other one is War Pavilion. They are located on War God Mountain in the north of Ancient God Starfield. It's very far from here. Although they are also from Ancient God Starfield, they will not come to Ancient God City because this is Great Spiritual Palace's territory. He paused for a moment before continuing. The Battle Pavilion is a group of very, very scary people. Yi Xian said with a smile. How so? Oldly said. The War Pavilion advocates fighting and they especially like to stir up trouble. They are the kind that will fight if there's a disagreement. He looked at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, if you meet people from the War Pavilion, you must be careful. Don't provoke them, At this point he suddenly stopped. This was the young king of Sky Demon Kingdom. The Sky Demon Empire was no weaker than the Battle Pavilion. Elderly bowed slightly. Young Master Yi, the Sky Demon Nation is definitely not afraid of the Battle Pavilion. However, the people from the Battle Pavilion are not easy to deal with. Young Master, you have to be careful if you encounter them. Yi Xian smiled and said, Thank you for the reminder. As they spoke, they arrived at the Ancient God City. When he arrived at the Ancient God City, Yi Xian was shocked. The entire Ancient God City stood in the starry sky like a giant beast in deep slumber. Standing in front of the city gate, one could not help but feel minuscule. 3,000 meters above Ancient God City, there was a statue of a middle-aged man that was 3,000 meters tall. The middle-aged man was dressed in a white robe. His right hand was behind his back, and his eyes were cold as he looked ahead. It was as if the world was nothing but an ant to him. Yi Xian glanced at the statue. This is. Oldly laughed and said, Gu Qingshan. It is said that he is the first expert who has surpassed the Sage Realm in the Ancient God Star region. God. Yi Xian said softly. Did they become saints or gods by themselves or by others? Oldly smiled embarrassedly. I don't know about that. Yi Xian nodded and said, Let's enter the city. As they spoke, the two of them arrived before the city gate, and there stood a man in armor. Oldly hurriedly walked over to the man in armor, and then he took out 20 Eternal Life Saint crystals and offered them to the man. The man in armor nodded slightly, and then he gestured for them to enter the city. After Oldly led Yi Xian into the city, Yi Xian suddenly smiled and said, This great spiritual god palace must be very rich. Oldly said, Not just ordinarily rich. Yi Xian smiled and glanced at the surroundings. Needless to say, this ancient god city was really prosperous, and there were many experts. Although Heaven Ascension Realm experts weren't as common as dogs, there were still quite a number of them. Among the 10 people, at least 2 or 3 were Heaven Ascension Realm experts. At that time, Void Rank experts were everywhere like dogs. As expected of the city center of the current universe. Shouldn't I keep a low profile? Meanwhile, Oldly suddenly said, Young Master Yi, where are you going now? Yi Xian was about to speak, when the sound of fighting suddenly resounded from afar. Fighting? Yi Xian frowned slightly. You can fight here? Oldly smiled and said, Normally it's not allowed. However, the higher-ups usually don't care. Of course, the precondition is that it doesn't cause too much of a commotion. Moreover, many people would enter the river of time as they fight. There aren't many people who dare to cause trouble in the city. Yi Xian nodded slightly. Let's go take a look. As he spoke, he walked towards the distance. Oldly hurriedly followed him. In next to no time, Yi Xian arrived before a luxurious shop. And a woman was in confrontation with a few men before the luxurious shop. Yi Xian was stunned when he saw the woman. What the fuck? I actually encountered someone I know here. Oldly, who stood by Yi Xian's side, glanced at the luxurious shop and said, The Divine Armament Pavilion. This young lady has probably been tricked. Yi Xian gazed at Oldly. What do you mean? Oldly shook his head. This young lady has just arrived in Ancient God Galaxy, and people like her are like fat lambs to these profiteers. Moreover, she's so beautiful. She's probably finished. The Divine Armament Pavilion has an extraordinary background. Yi Xian gazed at the woman. Even though she was surrounded by a few people, her expression was calm and didn't show even a trace of nervousness. Yi Xian smiled, but he had no intention of attacking. He crossed his arms and was prepared to watch the show. An old man stared fixedly at the woman. Miss, you broke a divine artifact of my divine armament pavilion. Aren't you going to give us an explanation? The woman smiled. How interesting. If it really was a divine artifact, then would it have been broken? The old man's expression was calm. No matter what, you must give my divine armament pavilion an explanation today. The woman smirked. Are you sure you want to blackmail me? Let me tell you, my background isn't simple. The old man looked at the woman. Is that so? As he spoke, he waved his right hand, and 3 mortal severing realm elites appeared behind the woman. The woman suddenly looked at Yi Xian. Are you just going to watch me get bullied? Yi Xian was speechless. So she had found out about him. Yi Xian walked up to the woman and smiled. I didn't expect to see you here. The woman in front of him was none other than Dao Yi. Dao Yi. Yi Xian didn't expect to see her here. Dao Yi looked at Yi Xian. If I said I'm here for you, would you believe me? Yi Xian shook his head. I don't. Dao Yi smiled and was about to speak when the old man suddenly looked at Yi Xian. Are you trying to stand up for me? Yi Xian looked at the old man and smiled. I'm a reasonable person. You said my friend broke a divine artifact of your divine armament pavilion. May I know what divine artifact she broke? The old man said indifferently. What, you want compensation? Yi Xian said seriously. Of course. Isn't it only right and proper to compensate for the damage? The old man looked at Yi Xian and opened his palm. In his hand was a pile of fragments that looked like a vase. The old man said, This is an ancient divine vase, worth 100,000 eternal saint crystals. Since you're so polite, I'll give you a discount. 90,000 eternal saint crystals will do. 90,000 eternal saint crystals. Hearing this, some people shook their heads. That thing isn't even worth a single eternal saint crystal. It's clearly extortion. However, no one said anything because Yi Xian and Dao Yi were obviously from the outside world. Yi Xian glanced at the ancient divine vase and spoke seriously. It really is a treasure. As he spoke, he turned around to look at Dao Yi. You actually broke such a precious treasure. How careless of you. Dao Yi blinked. Then what should we do? Yi Xian turned around to look at the old man. I think 90,000 eternal saint crystals is too little. How about I give you something to make up for it? The old man gazed at Yi Xian. What is it? Yi Xian opened his palm, and spirit beginning appeared on his arm. A divine rank eternal life spring. Someone exclaimed in surprise. It didn't take long for the expressions of everyone here to change. A divine rank eternal life spring. This young man actually has a divine rank eternal life spring with him. Everyone gazed at Yi Xian with terror. Where'd this great figure come from? Meanwhile, the expression of the old man who stood before Yi Xian had instantly changed. He's carrying a divine rank eternal life spring with him. Was this King crazy? Yi Xian gazed at the old man and smiled. Here, I'll make up for it. As he spoke, he passed spirit beginning over. The old man's expression changed drastically. He hesitated for a moment before he bowed slightly. Young master, this is a misunderstanding. A huge misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Yi Xian blinked. What misunderstanding? My friend broke that divine vase of yours, so we should compensate him. If you think this divine rank eternal life spring isn't enough, then it's fine. I'll ask my family to send a few more over right away. Ask my family to send a few more. All the spectators gasped. The divine weapon pavilion is doomed. What kind of god did we offend? The old man who stood before Yi Xian turned pale, and he hurriedly bowed respectfully and spoke with a trembling voice. Young master. This really is a misunderstanding, a huge misunderstanding. Yi Xian smiled. What? Do you think one divine rank eternal life spring isn't enough? If it isn't, then I'll ask my family to send a few more over right now. As he spoke, he opened his palm, and a transmission talisman appeared in his hand. The old man was horrified when he witnessed this scene, and he hurriedly bowed deeply. Young master, this is a misunderstanding, and it's my divine weapon pavilion's fault for offending your friend. Please be magnanimous and don't make a fuss about it with us. Yi Xian's smile gradually turned cold. Make a fuss about it? What are you talking about? My friend broke something of yours, so I paid for it. Yet you're saying that I'm making a fuss about it? The old man was on the verge of tears when he heard this. What sort of person is he? Yi Xian gazed at the old man. Here, take it. The old man hurriedly shook his head. No, I wouldn't dare. Yi Xian suddenly spoke angrily. What? Are you looking down on me and my Sky Demon Kingdom? Sky Demon Kingdom. The old man slumped to the ground when he heard this, and his face was completely devoid of blood. Chapter 1768. The Sky Demon Empire. Everyone was struck dumb when they had heard what Yi Xian had said. It's the Sky Demon Empire. What sort of existence is the Sky Demon Empire? It's an extraordinary power that's comparable to the great spiritual god's palace. Many people in the surroundings revealed pity in their eyes as they gazed at the old man who stood before Yi Xian. The Divine Armament Pavilion is truly finished after offending the Sky Demon Empire. Suddenly, a woman appeared in front of Yi Xian. She wore a violet dress and she had picturesque features. She was very beautiful. She glanced at Yi Xian, and then she bowed slightly. Young master, I'm the person in charge of the Divine Armament Pavilion, Little Ru. Everything that happened just now was because of my divine armament. Shut up. Yi Xian suddenly interrupted her, and then he gazed at her. Did I allow you to speak? The woman was speechless. Yi Xian took the pile of fragments from the old man's hand and smiled. This is a divine bottle from the ancient times. It's from the ancient times. As he spoke, he gazed at the old man. What? Do you really think that one divine rank spring of eternal life isn't enough? The old man's face was pale as a sheet, and he turned around to look at Little Ru. Little Ru hesitated for a moment before she said, Young master, this is a misunderstanding. Yi Xian gazed at her and smiled. Is it a misunderstanding just because you say so? Little Ru hesitated for a moment before she said, Young master, we're willing to compensate you for your losses. Yi Xian blinked. Shouldn't I be the one to compensate you? Little Ru hurriedly shook her head. We should be the ones to compensate you. Yi Xian smiled. Do I look like someone who needs money? Little Ru was speechless. Yi Xian suddenly smiled. The Divine Armament Pavilion can cease to exist. As soon as he finished speaking, the transmission talisman in his hand started to tremble. Little Ru's expression changed drastically, and she hurriedly said, Young master, this is just a misunderstanding. At this time, a black-robed elder suddenly appeared behind Yi Xian. The elder suddenly flicked his finger, and a storage ring fell in front of Yi Xian. Young master, this is a small gift from my divine weapon pavilion. Please accept it. Yi Xian took a look at the storage ring. There were 10 million eternal holy crystals in the ring. 10 million. How generous. Yi Xian withdrew his gaze and said with a smile, Do you think I'm a beggar? Black costume old man quickly said, Young master, my divine weapon pavilion has a few divine items. I wonder if young master is interested. Saying this, he took out another storage ring and placed it in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian took a glance inside the storage ring. There was a black armor, a long sword and a pair of gloves. One look and you could tell that it was no ordinary creature. Yi Xian passed the ring to Dao Yi. Take a look. Dao Yi took a look, and then looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled. Do you like it? Dao Yi smiled. What if I don't? Yi Xian said. Then I'll destroy the Divine Weapon Pavilion. Destroy the Divine Weapon Pavilion. Black costume old man's eyelids twitched when he heard Yi Xian's words, and his expression changed subtly. Dao Yi looked at the storage ring for a long time, and then she smiled. I like it. With that, she put the storage ring away. Black costume old man, and the others heaved a sigh of relief when they saw this. Yi Xian smiled. It's good that you like it. With that, he turned to look at Black costume old man. Thank you. Black costume old man hurriedly said, You're welcome, young master. Yi Xian smiled. And then he took Dao Yi's hand and left. Dao Yi instinctively tried to struggle free, but Yi Xian's grip was very tight, and she couldn't struggle at all. Dao Yi glanced at Yi Xian and didn't resist. It didn't take long for Yi Xian's group of 3 to vanish nearby. Meanwhile, Black costume old man heaved a heavy sigh of relief. At this moment, his palms were covered in sweat. Little Ru spoke in a low voice. Elder, is he really from the Sky Demon Kingdom? Black costume old man gazed into the distance and spoke softly. That isn't important. What's important is that he's absolutely not someone we can afford to offend. Little Ru nodded, and then she hesitated for a moment before she said, but I don't think he's from the Sky Demon Kingdom. Because he's a human. Black costume old man suddenly interrupted Little Ru. Don't worry about whether he's from the Sky Demon Kingdom or not. Because that isn't important. What's important is that we can't afford to offend him. Understand? His tone had become quite fierce. Little Ru nodded and didn't dare to speak again. A person who carried a divine-level spring of immortality with him was definitely not someone the Divine Weapon Pavilion could afford to offend. Black costume old man suddenly turned to look at the old man who was still sitting on the ground. Go out and train before coming back. Having said that, he turned and left. On the ground, the old man smiled bitterly. He knew that he would never be able to return to the ancient God Star region. However, to him, this was already the best outcome. At least he could live. In the distance, Yi Xian held Dao Yi's hand and slowly walked towards the end of the street. Dao Yi said nothing, nor did he try to break free from Yi Xian's hand. Yi Xian turned to look at Dao Yi and smiled. I think we're still friends. What do you think? Dao Yi did not say anything. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. Don't be like that. Even if I'm not God Yi, we've been together for a while. I think we still have feelings for each other. What do you think? Dao Yi looked at Yi Xian. After a while, she said with a smile, of course. Yi Xian asked softly, do you mean it? Dao Yi nodded. In fact, she did have feelings for Yi Xian. In fact, she could not bring herself to hate Yi Xian. Yi Xian let go of Dao Yi's hand and smiled. Dao Yi, I hope your universal laws are fine. Really? Dao Yi nodded. I know, Yi Xian said with a smile. All right. Let's not talk about these unhappy things. By the way, why did you come to the ancient God Star region this time? Dao Yi said. I want to join the Great Spiritual God Palace. Yi Xian asked. Why? Dao Yi smiled. I want to learn the laws of the Great Spiritual God Palace. They have the supreme laws of this universe. The supreme laws. He thought of that woman from back then, the supreme law of nature. That was the Real Supreme Law. And it was the real deal. Unfortunately, he did not ask for her contact information. Otherwise, he could have recommended Dao Yi to learn from her. What a pity. At that moment, Dao Yi suddenly asked, what about you? Yi Xian said with a smile. I just want to wander around and see the strong people in this universe. Dao Yi's expression was a little complicated. I haven't seen you for a long time and I can't see through you now. Although Yi Xian was in the Heaven Ascension state, he gave her a very dangerous feeling. Yi Xian smiled. Haven't you reached the Heaven Ascension state? Actually, I'm a little curious. How did you reach the Heaven Ascension state? Dao Yi blinked. I'm not telling you. Yi Xian was speechless. At that moment, Old Li, who was behind Yi Xian, suddenly said, Young Master Yi, there are some mysterious auras around us. Yi Xian glanced around and said with a smile, I know. They must be here for the divine level spring of eternal life. Old Li's eyes flashed with a cold light. They even dare to covet the Sky Demon Kingdom. They really don't know what's good for them. Yi Xian said with a smile, Let them be. As he spoke, he looked at Dao Yi. I'll accompany you to the Great Spiritual God Palace. Dao Yi hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Okay. Yi Xian turned to Old Li and quickly said, I'll lead the way. Under Old Li's lead, the three went straight to the Great Spiritual God Palace. Along the way, Yi Xian discovered that more and more people were secretly watching him. Clearly, the temptation of the divine level spring of eternal life was too great. So great that many people would take the risk. Dao Yi looked around and a trace of worry flashed in his eyes. Aren't you afraid? Yi Xian laughed. What's there to be afraid of? Life and death are nothing. If you're not satisfied, then fight. Dao Yi looked at Yi Xian. You're a little arrogant now. Yi Xian. Dao Yi was about to speak when the three of them suddenly stopped. There was no one around them at some point in time. Yi Xian smiled. Looks like they're going to make a move. At that moment, a young man suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. The young man wore a brocade robe and held a folding fan in his hand. He looked elegant and very handsome. The young man looked at Yi Xian and smiled. "You're so calm." Yi Xian blinked. "Aren't you afraid of my Sky Demon Kingdom?" The young man smiled. "You're not from Sky Demon Kingdom." Yi Xian smiled. "Why do you think so?" The young man looked at Yi Xian. Sky Demon Kingdom is mostly made up of demonic beasts. Although there are humans, there are very few of them. Also, if you're really from Sky Demon Kingdom, you wouldn't be so unfamiliar with ancient god galaxy. It's obvious that this is your first time here. Hearing the young man's words, Mr. Li hesitated for a moment, and then looked at Yi Xian. He was a little suspicious. In fact, he was suspicious from the start. The geniuses of Sky Demon Kingdom wouldn't be unfamiliar with ancient god galaxy. And it was Yi Xian's first time here. However, because Yi Xian had the divine level spring of eternal life, his doubts were dispelled. Yi Xian smiled. "Is that why you dare to make a move?" The young man smiled. "You claim to be the young lord of Sky Demon Kingdom. But as far as I know, the young lord of Sky Demon Kingdom isn't human, and he's not a man." As he spoke, his smile turned cold. "You dare to pretend to be the young lord of Sky Demon Kingdom? You've got guts." Yi Xian smiled. "You've said so much because you want to know my real identity, right?" The young man looked at Yi Xian without a word. Yi Xian shook his head. "Actually, no matter who I am, you're already prepared to make a move. After all, I'm only at Heaven Ascension state. Also, you must have investigated and know that I don't have a mysterious expert with me. Am I right?" The young man looked at Yi Xian for a moment and smiled. "Yes." Yi Xian opened his palm and Ling Chu appeared on his arm. He looked at the young man and smiled. "This is the divine level spring of eternal life. Hurry up and do it. As long as you kill me, you can obtain the divine level spring of eternal life. Come on. I'm ready." The young man went silent for a moment before he said, "Can you not be so arrogant? We are the robbers. It's like you're robbing us." Yi Xian was speechless. "P.S. I haven't been updating well recently, so I'm not asking for votes anymore. I know myself very well." Chapter 1769. It had to be said that the young man was a little hesitant at this moment. Damn it. What right does this guy have to be so arrogant? What right does he have? This is not normal. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly smiled. "Brother, can you be a little more decisive when robbing?" The young man hesitated, then said, "Brother, do you have some trump card? If you do, can you reveal a little in advance? If it's strong, we'll turn enemies into friends. What do you think?" Yi Xian gave him a thumbs up. "You're really shameless." The young man smiled awkwardly. "I have to be careful in a small business." Yi Xian sized up the young man. "You're at the mortal severing realm?" The young man nodded. "Yes." Yi Xian sized up the young man, then said, "You should have a lot of treasures on you." Hearing this, the young man's eyelids twitched, and he looked at Yi Xian with a hint of wariness in his eyes. This guy wants to rob me instead? At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from the young man's right. "Why are you talking nonsense with him? Kill him first." As he spoke, a burly man suddenly walked out, and the burly man charged directly at Yi Xian. However, he was stopped by the young man. The burly man turned to look at the young man. "What are you doing?" The young man looked at Yi Xian. "We don't want this divine level spring of eternal life anymore." The burly man was taken aback, then said, "Why?" The young man directly slapped the burly man's head, and said angrily, "Ask your ass. Are you the boss or am I the boss?" The burly man hesitated, then said, "You're the boss." The young man turned to look at Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled. "I haven't exposed my background yet. Why did you stop?" The young man smiled. "Brother, although you're only at the Heaven Ascension realm, your aura is thick. I'm afraid that ordinary mortal severing realm experts are not your opponent. Brother, farewell." With that, he turned to leave. Wait. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly spoke. The young man stopped and turned to look at Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled and said, Since you don't want to rob me, then I'll rob you. Hand over everything. At this moment, the burly man suddenly pointed at Yi Xian angrily. Gigolo, don't be so arrogant. Do you dare to take my hammer strike? Gigolo? Yi Xian frowned and turned to look at Dao Yi. Am I very fair? Dao Yi sized up Yi Xian and said with a smile. Quite handsome. Yi Xian blinked. I think so too. Dao Yi shook his head. You're getting more and more shameless. Yi Xian was about to speak when the burly man suddenly said angrily. You two are openly flirting. Do you think we brothers don't exist? As he spoke, he suddenly leaped up. Then, he gripped a giant hammer and slammed it down at Yi Xian's head. Peak of the mortal severing realm. Moreover, his aura was fierce. One look and it was obvious that he was in the mortal severing realm. Yi Xian suddenly raised his hand and swung his sword. It was just an ordinary sword strike. Boom. With this strike, the burly man was directly sent back to his original spot, and the giant hammer in his hand was directly split into countless pieces. Seeing this scene, the young man's eyes suddenly narrowed. Swordsman. The burly man looked at Yi Xian, a little shocked. You're a swordsman. Swordsman was the worst group of people to provoke. Not only did they like to fight, but they also had a bad temper. Yi Xian laughed. I'm a swordsman. The young man took a long look at Yi Xian. Dunyo, you retreat first. The burly man hurriedly shook his head. Retreat my ass. Do you think I, Dunyo, would abandon my brothers? If you don't leave, then I won't leave. The young man said. Then you stay and stop him. I'll leave. Fuck. Dunyo turned to look at the young man with an astonished expression. Big brother, are you serious? The young man spoke indifferently. What do you think? Dunyo hesitated for a moment, and then he said, Big brother, you stay. Don't worry, I'll take good care of sister-in-law. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and ran. The young man's face darkened. Yi Xian looked at the young man and smiled. There's definitely more than two of you. Right. The young man smiled. Sir, there's more than two of us. However, we regret it now. Sir, can we stop now? Yi Xian smiled. I'm curious. Why did you suddenly give up? The young man looked at Yi Xian. I can't defeat you. Yi Xian frowned. We haven't fought yet. The young man shook his head. Your strength has exceeded my expectations. Even if we can kill you, we'll have to pay a terrible price. I don't want to pay that price. So I choose to give up. Yi Xian said with a smile. Just go. The young man glanced at Yi Xian and cupped his fists. Thank you. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. After taking 2 steps, he suddenly stopped and said, Be careful. Although we've given up, there's a group of people who won't give up. However, there is a group of people who will never give up. They have their eyes on you. Yi Xian smiled. Thank you. The young man looked at Yi Xian. Aren't you going to ask which group I'm from? Yi Xian gently flicked his sleeve. Under the Saint Realm, I'm invincible. Above the Saint Realm, 1 for 1. The young man looked at Yi Xian. After a long while he said, You're bragging. If you're not at the Heaven Ascension stage, I'll believe you. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and disappeared at the end of the street. Yi Xian glanced at the end of the street in the distance, then turned to look at Dao Yi. Let's go. I'll send you to the great spiritual god palace. Dao Yi nodded. The two continued forward. Old Li hesitated for a moment, then hurriedly followed. After Yi Xian and the other two disappeared at the end of the street, the young man and the burly man appeared again. Beside them was a black-robed woman. The burly man said in a low voice, Boss, that's the divine level spring of eternal life. The young man said softly, Life is more important. The burly man looked at the young man. What does Big Brother mean? The young man's eyes flashed with a trace of seriousness. That sword strike was just a casual strike, the very casual kind. As he spoke, he slowly clenched his right hand. He hid his strength. If we fight, we might win, but it will be a Pyrrhic victory. The price is too high. Moreover, this person dared to pretend to be the young lord of Sky Demon Kingdom. What does this mean? It means he's not afraid of Sky Demon Kingdom at all. This person's background is not simple. The burly man said in a low voice. What a pity. The young man smiled. It's a pity indeed. I almost couldn't help but want to fight just now. But staying alive is more important. He also wanted to take a gamble. As long as he obtained a divine-level spring of eternal life, not only would his brother's fates change, but the fates of their loved ones would also be changed. A divine-level spring of eternal life. It was too tempting. However, he still endured it. When facing Yi Xian, his intuition told him that he couldn't beat this young man. And he chose to believe in his intuition. At this moment, the black-robed woman suddenly said, They're going to fight. The young man looked into the distance and smiled. Come, let's see if my choice is wrong. Far away, at the end of the street, Dao Yi suddenly said, How did you get this divine-level spring of eternal life? Yi Xian smiled. My friend gave it to me. Dao Yi looked at Yi Xian. How did your friend get this divine-level spring of eternal life? Yi Xian said, My dad helped. Dao Yi. At this moment, Old Li suddenly said, Young Master Yi, we're about to reach the great spiritual palace. As long as we cross the street in front, we'll enter a martial arts prohibited zone. At that time, no one will dare to fight us. Martial arts prohibited zone? Yi Xian frowned. What's a martial arts prohibited zone? Old Li quickly explained. It's a martial arts prohibited zone. This is a rule set by the Great Spiritual Palace. No one is allowed to fight animals in a martial arts prohibited zone. Otherwise, it's equivalent to declaring war on the Great Spiritual Palace. Yi Xian said with a smile. It's like a safe zone? Old Li nodded. Yes. Yi Xian smiled. Then we'll have to pick up our pace. Old Li nodded. Just as he was about to speak, an old man suddenly appeared before the three of them. Peak of the mortal severing stage. As the old man appeared, over a dozen men in black appeared around Yi Xian's group. All of them were at the mortal severing stage. The old man looked at Yi Xian. Divine level spring of eternal life you. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly took a step forward. As soon as he took a step forward, a sword pierced through the old man's brow. Pust. A jet of blood shot out from the old man's brow. Instant kill. Everyone in the surroundings was stunned when they witnessed this scene. Instant kill? Dao Yi was also shocked. Yi Xian could already instantly kill a mortal severing stage elite? Yi Xian walked up to the old man and shook his head. Too weak. I haven't even used any strength. As he spoke, he pulled out the old man's spatial ring. There were millions of eternal holy crystals in the spatial ring. I'm rich. Yi Xian chuckled. Yi Xian turned to look at the men in black. The men in black's expressions changed drastically, and they disappeared on the spot. They escaped. Instant kill a mortal severing stage elite. Is this heaven ascension stage? This is probably the space-time stage. Yi Xian turned to look at Dao Yi. Let's go. Dao Yi glanced at Yi Xian. You've become so strong now. Yi Xian smiled. Just so. Dao Yi. Yi Xian and the others continued forward. Dao Yi took another deep look at Yi Xian. He was extremely shocked. How long had it been since they parted? This guy had already reached this level. How did he cultivate? This was not normal at all. It was too heaven-defying. Just as he was about to step into the forbidden area, Yi Xian seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly stopped and turned around to look at his surroundings. He called Ling Chu out. I'm going to step into the forbidden area. It's still not too late if you make a move now. The street was silent. Yi Xian frowned. Are you really not going to do anything? This is the divine level spring of eternal life. There was still no response. Yi Xian said solemnly. If you guys don't make a move, I'm going in. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Think carefully. If you miss this opportunity, you won't get another one. Old Li looked at Yi Xian in shock. Yi Xian suddenly got a little angry. Hurry up and snatch it. I'm really just at the heaven ascension boundary. I have no backing. I'm just one person. Come and snatch it. After a moment of silence, a voice suddenly came from the end of the street. As if we'll believe you. Yi Xian was speechless. Chapter 1770. I don't believe you. Hearing this, Yi Xian was speechless. Damn it, these guys are not making a move. Beside Yi Xian, Daoyi rolled his eyes at Yi Xian. Yi Xian laughed. Let's go. With that, the three of them walked towards the great spiritual palace. Behind them, the mysterious experts dispersed. In the end, no one dared to make a move. Killing a mortal severing realm expert. Killing a mortal severing realm expert as an ascension state expert was too terrifying. He was definitely not an ordinary person. Although the divine level spring of eternal life was good, life was more important. In the dark, the young man who wanted to snatch Yi Xian suddenly laughed. Looks like my intuition was right. The big man nodded. This person's sword principle is so powerful. The young man said softly. That sword strike of his just now was also very casual. Hearing this, the big man's face turned solemn. The young man said in a low voice. He dares to be so arrogant. Even if he is not from the Sky Demon Kingdom. I'm afraid he is from a super force like the small cave heaven. He has backing and cannot be provoked. Disperse. With that, he turned around and left. The big man hesitated and said, What a pity. With that, he and the woman in black turned around and left. The Great Spiritual Palace. The Great Spiritual Palace was located in the center of the ancient God City. It was the core of the entire ancient God City, and the entire ancient God Galaxy. To the cultivators of the universe, the Great Spiritual Palace was undoubtedly a holy land, because this place had the most advanced martial arts civilization. Not only that, the entire Great Spiritual Palace had 8 divine-level spring of eternal life. Cultivating in the Great Spiritual Palace, one's cultivation speed was at least 10 times faster than others. In other words, there were no weaklings in the Great Spiritual Palace. Therefore, countless people wanted to join the Great Spiritual Palace. So long as they could join the Great Spiritual Palace, it was like ascending to the heavens in a single step. However, the Great Spiritual Palace was extremely strict when it came to accepting people. What they valued was talent. This was talent. As long as you had talent, even if you were an ordinary person, they were willing to accept you, because they could nurture you. But if you don't have talent, even if you reach the mortal severing tier, they won't want you. Because of this, the Great Spiritual Divine Palace was filled with monstrous geniuses. Not long after, the three of them arrived at the entrance of the Great Spiritual God Palace. At this moment, the entrance was filled with people. The entire Great Spiritual Deity Palace had a total of 10 gates. Each gate was responsible for examining the geniuses who wished to join the Great Spiritual Deity Palace. In any era, talents were very important. Therefore, the Great Spiritual God Palace opened these 10 entrances with the intention of not letting go of any true geniuses and demons. At that moment, Old Li suddenly pointed to the right. Young Master Yi, do you see that table? Yi Xian turned his head to look. Under the city wall, there was a circular platform that was more than 100 feet long and wide. Yi Xian asked, What's that? Old Li said solemnly, That's the ancestral stage. Yi Xian frowned. Ancestral platform? Old Li nodded. It was left behind by the ancestor of the Great Spiritual Divine Palace. Inside it is a strand of his soul. In order to prevent the Great Spiritual Divine Palace from becoming corrupt, he specially left this platform. Anyone who thinks that the Great Spiritual Divine Palace is unfair can step onto this platform and be personally tested by him. Yi Xian said solemnly, The ancestor will personally test you? Old Li nodded. Yes. Yi Xian smiled. Interesting. Old Li continued, However, this ancestral stage is also called the death platform, because anyone who steps onto it without the approval of the ancestor of the Great Spiritual Divine Palace will be killed immediately. Since ancient times, only one person has walked down from this death platform. Yi Xian asked who. Old Li said solemnly, The current number 1 genius of the Great Spiritual Divine Palace, Li Yaoya. He reached the half-step minor saint before the age of 20. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched when he heard this. Damn it. His talent seems to be even greater than mine. Old Li continued. It's worth mentioning that Li Yaoya actually didn't need to step onto the death platform because he was directly taken as the personal disciple of the great spiritual divine palace's master. Yi Xian said with a smile. The reason why he did that was to obtain the approval of the ancestor of the great spiritual divine palace? Old Li nodded. Yes. However, he really took a risk because if he didn't obtain the approval of the ancestor of the great spiritual divine palace, he would be killed immediately. Even the current master of the great spiritual divine palace couldn't save him, but he obtained it. Yi Xian said with a smile. All geniuses are proud. As he spoke, he turned to look at Dao Yi. Are you confident? Dao Yi said with a smile. I'll give it a try. Yi Xian nodded. Go ahead. I'll wait for you. Dao Yi said with a smile. All right. As she spoke, she walked towards a city gate not far away. Old Li glanced at Dao Yi, wanting to speak but hesitating. Yi Xian suddenly said, You don't think she has a chance? Old Li nodded. It's very difficult. Yi Xian was silent. In fact, he also felt that it was difficult. Dao Yi wasn't young, and she was only in the ascending heaven stage. If she was in a place like the 9 dimensions, she would definitely be a genius, but here it was definitely not enough. At this time, it was Dao Yi's turn. Dao Yi started to talk with an old man. About a quarter of an hour later, the old man handed a token to Dao Yi. The corner of Dao Yi's mouth curled up. She turned and walked in front of Yi Xian, then waved the token in her hand. Success. Yi Xian was a little curious. How did you do it? Dao Yi said with a smile. They don't care about the realm. Yi Xian nodded. I know, but they must have asked you something, right? Dao Yi nodded. I said I want to learn the Tao of Law, so he asked me some questions. Yi Xian said in a deep voice. You answered correctly? Dao Yi said with a smile. Of course. Yi Xian gave a thumbs up. Amazing. He realized that so far, only Dao Yi had passed the test. Old Li also quickly cupped his fists. Congratulations, young lady. Dao Yi smiled. Many thanks. As he spoke, he looked at Yi Xian. Do you want to try? Yi Xian blinked. Me. Dao Yi nodded. Want to try? Yi Xian was a little hesitant. Dao Yi directly pulled his hand and walked away. In fact, she also hoped to join the great spiritual god palace. It was good to have a companion. Yi Xian was pulled by Dao Yi to a testing door. After a while, it was finally time to discuss Dao with Yi Xian. Yi Xian was pushed in front of an old man by Dao Yi. The old man glanced at Yi Xian. 23. Heaven Ascension Realm. Yi Xian nodded. The old man said again. Your aura is thick, without any impurities. However, it is still far from enough. At your age, you should be at least mortal severing realm. Next. Directly denied. Yi Xian smiled. Didn't you say you don't care about the realm? The old man glanced at Yi Xian. If you have other strengths, you can show them. Yi Xian said in a deep voice. Tao of Time. The old man looked at Yi Xian. Understanding of Tao of Time? Yi Xian nodded. The old man suddenly became interested. Tell me. Yi Xian said in a deep voice. Time and space are inseparable both. Nonsense. The old man suddenly interrupted Yi Xian. Time and space are inseparable? That is your understanding? Yi Xian was struck dumb. Then he said. But is there a problem? The old man said coldly. Time is time, space is space. Both are independent existences. How dare you say they are inseparable? Ridiculous. Yi Xian frowned. Could it be that Qing was wrong? Definitely not. Qing understanding was too forward. Thinking of this, Yi Xian smiled. I was wrong. Goodbye. With that, he turned around and left. He did not really want to join the great spiritual god palace. Therefore, he did not think of defending himself. Meanwhile, the old man suddenly said, Wait. Yi Xian stopped and turned to look at the old man. The old man stared at Yi Xian. Who told you that time and space are inseparable? Yi Xian smiled. My younger sister. The old man frowned. She is misleading us. Space is space and time is time. Both are independent. How is it inseparable? Yi Xian said with a smile. I was wrong. Goodbye. With that, he turned around and left. He felt that there was no need for him to explain, because Qing Er's understanding was too advanced. Not to mention this old man, even the supreme laws were difficult to understand, let alone these people. Right at this moment, a voice suddenly laughed and said, "Wait." Yi Xian stopped and turned around. Not far away, a middle-aged man was walking towards him slowly. The old man hurriedly bowed respectfully when he saw the middle-aged man. "Greetings, Elder Gu Qing." The middle-aged man grinned. "There's no need to be so polite." As he spoke, he gazed at Yi Xian. "I think he's not bad. Let him join me." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at Yi Xian. Their gazes were slightly strange. That's because of his relationship with Chen Shi. He was clearly eliminated, yet he's been recruited. This is shady. Yi Xian glanced at Elder Gu Qing. "Elder, do we know each other?" Gu Qing smiled. "Don't we know each other now?" Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, "I've been eliminated." Gu Qing roared with laughter. "Who said that?" "I'm the outer court elder, and I have the authority to accept anyone. From this moment onward, you're an outer court disciple of my great spiritual god palace." An outer court disciple. Yi Xian hurriedly shook his head. "Elder Gu, I've been eliminated." Gu Qing gazed at Yi Xian. "Do you think the test of my great spiritual god palace is a joke?" Yi Xian fell silent. Damn it. He smelled a conspiracy. Meanwhile, Gu Qing tossed a wooden token to Yi Xian. "Come with me." Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Do you really want to accept me?" Gu Qing turned to look at Yi Xian. "Do you have a problem with that?" Yi Xian said in a low voice, "I'm only at the heaven ascension stage." Gu Qing looked at Yi Xian. "You don't want to join the great spiritual god palace?" Yi Xian hurriedly nodded. Gu Qing said coldly, "Then why did you come to participate in my great spiritual god palace's test?" Yi Xian said, "But I didn't pass." At this moment, the old man at the side suddenly said, "You passed. What you said earlier about space and time being inseparable is completely correct." Yi Xian looked at the old man with a face full of astonishment. "Fuck, are you so unprincipled?" P.S. Do you vote whenever you want, or do you habitually vote every day after you finish reading? Chapter 1771. Join the Great Spiritual God Palace. Yi Xian was speechless. He had never thought of joining the Great Spiritual God Palace. After all, there were many restrictions in a sect, and he did not want to be bound by them. Moreover, he was a sword cultivator and did not think that the Great Spiritual God Palace could help him. Moreover, he felt that something was amiss. Why would this guy suddenly ask him to join the Great Spiritual God Palace? At this moment, Dao Yi suddenly smiled and said, "Let's join together." Yi Xian looked at Dao Yi. Dao Yi smiled and said, "It's good to have a companion. Moreover, we can learn from each other." Yi Xian thought for a moment and nodded. "Then I'll accompany you for a while." The corner of Dao Yi's mouth lifted. "Good." Yi Xian looked at Gu Qing. "I'm in." Gu Qing glanced at Yi Xian. "Both of you follow me." With that, he turned and left. At this moment, Yi Xian seemed to have thought of something and turned to look at Old Li. With a tap of his finger, a storage ring appeared before Old Li. Old Li took the storage ring and looked inside. There were a total of 100,000 eternal life immortal crystals. Old Li looked at Yi Xian in astonishment. "Young Master Yi." Yi Xian smiled and said, "Don't rob in the future." With that, he turned and walked away with Dao Yi. Old Li was silent for a long time before he shook his head and left. When they saw Yi Xian and Dao Yi entering the Great Spiritual God Palace, the people outside the door were furious. Through the back door, the Great Spiritual God Palace also had such shady operations. Many people protested on the spot. That person is only at the Heaven Ascension state. How can he enter the Great Spiritual God Palace? Why? If he can enter, why can't I? Why? In front of the door, a young man glared angrily at the back of Yi Xian, and the other two leaving. He clenched his fists and said, "Shady operations. The Great Spiritual God Palace actually has such shady operations. How shameful. I won't enter this Great Spiritual God Palace." Another person beside the young man said abruptly, Brother, you seem to have been eliminated, right? The young man was instantly enraged. None of your goddamn business. That person. More and more people were discussing in front of the door. Through the back door. This was obviously shameful. This was because the great spiritual god palace was very strict in their recruitment. It could be said that they might not even get one in a month. This month, he had only recruited 2 people. They were Yi Xian and Dao Yi. The rest of the people were eliminated. Therefore, the people in front of the door were furious. Someone actually went through the back door. This was simply too unfair. Things were getting out of hand. It didn't take long for the news to reach the great spiritual god palace. Under Gu Qing's lead, Yi Xian and Dao Yi arrived at the top of a mountain. This was the great spiritual god palace's Lingxiu mountain, the place where the outer disciples lived. Needless to say, Yi Xian was quite shocked. Along the way, the weakest person in the entire great spiritual god palace was at the heaven ascension state. And it was this heaven ascension stage that also had a vigorous aura, the kind that did not have any excess. There really wasn't a single weakling. At this moment, he thought of the small cave. The small cave was as famous as the great spiritual god palace, so it definitely wouldn't be weaker than the great spiritual god palace. It seemed like he was boasting a little too much when he said that he could face the great spiritual god palace. Gu Qing brought Yi Xian and Dao Yi to a courtyard and said, "You will live here from now on." Saying this, he turned and left. Yi Xian suddenly said, "Elder Gu." Gu Qing turned to look at Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled and said, "Can you tell me why you accepted me?" Gu Qing said, "Instantly killing a mortal severing state cultivator while at the heaven ascension state. He is not an ordinary genius." Saying this, he turned and left. Yi Xian was silent. Evidently, the great spiritual god palace already knew that he had killed people on the street. In other words, the great spiritual god palace also knew that he had the divine level spring of eternal life. At this moment, Dao Yi suddenly said, "Are you worried about something?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "Nothing." Saying this, he looked around. "I have to say, the scenery of Lingxiu Mountain is not bad. It just so happens that I also need to cultivate for a while. Cultivate to the heaven ascension state." He also wanted to be like Qing and cultivate to the heaven ascension state to the limit. After Qing Er's guidance, he realized that it was only meaningful to cultivate to the limit of a state. If he cultivated to the limit of the heaven ascension state, forget about the space-time state, even a minor saint would not be a match for him. Any matter, even if it was a small matter, as long as it was cultivated to the limit, it would be very terrifying. Dao Yi smiled and said, "I will go for a walk and cultivate." Yi Xian nodded. "Okay." Dao Yi turned and left, while Yi Xian came to the courtyard. He sat cross-legged on the ground, placed his hands on his knees, and slowly closed his eyes. Soon, a river of time appeared in front of him. This was a miniature version. In the following time, Yi Xian began to study this dimension of time. The basis of his research was that time and space were inseparable. In other words, he focused on combining time and space, and not solely studying the power of time. At this moment, he still did not know that the matter of him joining the great spiritual god palace had already spread like wildfire within the great spiritual god palace. Lingxiu Palace. This was the place where the outer sect elders discussed matters. At this moment, there were 3 outer sect elders gathered in the palace. Gu Qing was among them. The leading outer sect elder looked at Gu Qing. "The matter has become very big." Gu Qing said indifferently, "Let them be." The outer sect elder said in a low voice, "It is not difficult for an ascension heaven state to kill a transcendence state. At least, in our outer sect, there are definitely many who can do it." Gu Qing said, "He killed him in an instant and very casually." The outer sect elder fell silent. Casually killing a transcendence realm expert. Needless to say, this was slightly difficult. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man by the outer sect elder's side suddenly smiled and said, "According to my investigation, this person has a divine rank spring of eternal life on him, and he calls himself the young ruler of the Sky Demon Kingdom." Gu Qing said indifferently, "Our great spiritual god palace never looks at a person's background when we recruit them, right?" The middle-aged man shook his head. Gu Qing, I have no other intentions. This person is extraordinary indeed, but his background is slightly mysterious, and I'm afraid his intentions are not pure. Gu Qing was silent for a moment, and then he said, Jilin, we need someone who can stand out. Otherwise, we'll be forgotten soon. The expressions of the three people in the palace became unsightly when they heard this. Actually, outsiders didn't know that the outer sect was in an extremely difficult situation right now, because it had been almost 50 years since an outer sect disciple had been promoted to inner sect disciple. Why? Because they didn't have the qualifications. It was very difficult for outsiders to join the great spiritual god palace, but outsiders didn't know that it was as difficult as ascending the heavens for an outer sect disciple to join the inner sect. 50 years. For an entire 50 years, not a single disciple from Beauty Peak had been able to join the inner court. As for Li Yaoya, he'd directly skipped the outer court, inner court, and elite disciples to become the palace master's personal disciple. That couldn't be considered as an outer sect disciple at all. So the outer court was in an extremely awkward situation right now. Not only were they in an awkward situation, but they were also in an awkward situation in terms of resources. Because the resources given to the outer court had started to decrease every year. They felt that there was no need for outer court disciples to enjoy so many resources. Besides that, the treatment of the outer court elders was declining as well, and it was decreasing year by year. Of course, the most intolerable thing to them was the problem of face. During the annual sect gathering, the outer court elders and outer court disciples were the most humiliated. They were like outsiders. It was too embarrassing. They couldn't tolerate it. Meanwhile, the outer court elder suddenly said, Can he do it? Gu Qing spoke in a low voice. His aura is deep, and he's neither servile nor overbearing when facing me. Moreover, he doesn't show any respect to our great spiritual god palace. His background is definitely not ordinary. Of course, we don't have to care about that. What I want to say is that he's definitely hiding his strength. As for whether or not he can pass the inner court assessment, I can't guarantee it, but I think he has a chance. The elder suddenly said, I'll go test him. If he can pass, then we'll do our best to nurture him. After all, there's less than 3 months before the inner court assessment. After saying that, he disappeared. Gu Qing and Jilin also disappeared on the spot. In the courtyard, Yixian sat cross-legged on the ground, still studying his time dimension. At this moment, a man suddenly appeared not far away. The man had a weed in his mouth and his arms were crossed, looking a little sloppy. Yixian stopped and turned to look at the man. What's the matter? The man looked at Yixian. You're the Yixian who came in through the back door? Through the back door? Yixian was stunned, then smiled. I never go through the back door. I usually go through the front door. Xiaota suddenly said. Young master, you're really perverted. Yixian frowned slightly. What do you mean? Xiaota said. Nothing, Yixian. At this moment, the man not far away suddenly walked in front of Yixian. He looked at Yixian and sneered. You actually came in through the back door. I despise people like you the most. Yixian said indifferently. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Hurry up and get lost. The man suddenly laughed sinisterly. Deng Tianzai, do you dare to go to the life and death ring with me? Let's fight to the death. Yixian suddenly disappeared. The man's face changed drastically. He was about to attack when a sword directly pressed against his forehead. The man was stunned. Yixian looked at the man and smiled. Go to the life and death ring? Fight to the death. The man's throat rolled. Then he said, Big brother, you're so strong? Yixian blinked. Yes. Are you surprised? Are you pleasantly surprised? The man hesitated and said, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were so strong. Yixian said, Aren't we going to the life and death ring? Let's go. The man hurriedly shook his head. Big brother, it's my fault. I didn't know you were so strong. You didn't go through the back door. You went through the front door. Xiaota suddenly said, You're both perverts. Yixian's face darkened. Xiaota, what are you talking about? How are you perverts? Xiaota did not speak. Chapter 1772. Yi Xian really did not understand. How was this abnormal? What did this Xiaota mean? Xiaota did not speak again. Yi Xian was speechless. At this time, the 3 outer court elders appeared on the scene. Seeing the 3 outer court elders, the man in front of Yi Xian suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. In that moment, he felt Yi Xian's killing intent. The outer court elder glanced at the man. Go do what you need to do. The man hurriedly bowed, then turned and ran away. Yi Xian looked at the 3 outer court elders, not saying a word. The grand elder of the outer clan sized Yi Xian up. You hid your strength. Yi Xian hurriedly shook his head. No. I am of the Heaven Ascension boundary. The outer court elder smiled. You are of the Heaven Ascension boundary, but your battle power far exceeds the Heaven Ascension boundary. Yi Xian said with a smile. Elder, I'm a straightforward person. Why don't we be frank? Is that okay? The outer court elder nodded. Okay. Yi Xian looked straight at the outer court elder. Why did you accept me into the great spiritual god palace? The outer court elder smiled. Because you are monstrous enough. Yi Xian frowned. That's it. The outer court elder nodded. I know, you may think that we are after your divine level spring of eternal life, right? Yi Xian nodded. I have thought so. The outer court elder smiled. Don't worry, we are not too interested in your divine level spring of eternal life. Yi Xian was puzzled. Why? The outer court elder said. You can have this thing, and dare to expose it. This proves that you are not an ordinary person. Moreover, even if this thing is in the hands of the 3 of us, the 3 of us cannot keep it. Yi Xian smiled. Then what do you want from me? The outer court elder said in a deep voice. Your talent and strength. Yi Xian frowned. I still don't understand. Meanwhile, Gu Qing suddenly said. We want you to join the inner court. Yi Xian blinked. Join the inner sect? Gu Qing nodded. It has been more than 50 years since anyone from the outer court was able to join the inner court. Now the upper echelons reduce the benefits of the outer court every year. If no one is able to join the inner court, our outer court will really be finished. Yi Xian looked at Gu Qing. Just because of this? Gu Qing nodded. Right here. Yi Xian smiled and said, What benefits do I get? Benefits? The 3 of them had strange expressions on their faces. This fellow was asking for benefits. Gu Qing hesitated for a moment before he said, You'll be able to obtain even more cultivation resources if you join the inner court. Yi Xian smiled and said, Do you think I lack cultivation resources? The 3 of them were speechless. This guy had a divine level spring of eternal life with him. So he definitely wouldn't lack any cultivation resources. Yi Xian suddenly said, If there are no benefits, then I'm leaving. With that, he turned around and left. Actually, he had wanted to leave since a long time ago. He didn't want to be involved in the quarrels of the great spiritual palace. At this moment, Gu Qing suddenly said, Wait. Yi Xian turned around to look at Gu Qing. Gu Qing said solemnly, Don't you want to see the super geniuses and geniuses of this world? Yi Xian fell silent. Gu Qing continued, The inner court is filled with monstrous geniuses. Don't you want to see them? Yi Xian glanced at Gu Qing. How monstrous? Gu Qing smiled and said, The weakest in the inner court is the mortal severing realm, and they can basically kill mortal severing realm experts from the outside world. The top 2 can even kill space-time realms. And the true disciples above the inner court are even more terrifying. Yi Xian asked, How terrifying? Gu Qing smiled slightly. Have you heard of Li Yaoye? Yi Xian nodded. It's said that he's the most monstrous genius in the history of the great spiritual palace. Gu Qing nodded slightly. He reached the minor saint level before the age of 20. And now, no one knows what level he has reached. His strength is like the vast starry sky of the universe, unfathomable. At this moment, the outer court grand elder also said, It's not just Li Yaoye. None of the true disciples are weak. They're all monstrous geniuses. As he spoke, he looked at Yi Xian. Are you interested in seeing them? Yi Xian smiled and said, Yes. Actually, the reason he came to the ancient god galaxy this time was to see the most monstrous geniuses in this universe. His father had said that there were peak elites of the current realm in this place. Of course, he wanted to see them. He had never felt that he was the strongest among the younger generation, because he knew that there was always someone better than him. There was no such thing as the strongest, only stronger. Of course, he was not afraid of anyone from the younger generation. Hearing Yi Xian agree, the outer court grand elder and the other two elders all smiled. Although they did not know how strong Yi Xian was, since Yi Xian dared to agree, he must have some tricks up his sleeves. At this moment, the grand elder suddenly smiled and said, "There are 3 months until the inner court assessment. So we only have 3 months. Within these 3 months, we will find a way to help you reach the mortal severing realm." However, Yi Xian shook his head. "I don't cultivate my realm." He didn't cultivate his realm. The three of them were a little confused. Yi Xian smiled and said, "I don't care about my realm." Jilin was about to say something when Gu Qing suddenly said, "Sure." Jilin looked at Gu Qing. Gu Qing smiled and said, "In these 3 months, tell us what you want. As long as it's within our capabilities, we will try our best to satisfy you." Yi Xian nodded. "I need a quiet place to cultivate now." Gu Qing said, "Follow me." As he spoke, he waved his right hand and disappeared with Yi Xian. When they reappeared, the two of them were already in a starry sky. Yi Xian looked around. The starry sky around him was deep and endless. Gu Qing smiled and said, "This is the starry sky cultivation ground that my great spiritual palace has opened up. Each starry sky is a separate space-time starfield. Moreover, they are all dead starfields. You can destroy them however you want to cultivate. Not only that, every cultivation starfield is equipped with a spirit vein. Some of the cultivation starfields of true disciples are even equipped with several sacred-level eternal springs. That kind of cultivation is truly terrifying." Yi Xian said softly, "Impressive. There should be many people who want to become true disciples, right?" Gu Qing nodded. "Super many people. As long as you become a true disciple, you will get unimaginable cultivation resources. As far as I know, becoming a true disciple will not only allow you to cultivate in a starry sky, but you will also have many privileges. For example, they can receive an advance payment of eternal divine crystals from the sect every year. They can also enter the deity martial pavilion to read the cultivation notes of countless experts. Most importantly, they can mobilize a certain number of experts from the sect to serve them. Apart from that, they also have many hidden privileges." Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "They can mobilize the experts of the Great Spiritual Palace?" Gu Qing nodded. "Yes." Yi Xian was curious. "How many true disciples are there in total?" Gu Qing said, 6. Yi Xian was stunned. 6? So few? Gu Qing smiled bitterly. Not everyone can become a true disciple. The difficulty of becoming a true disciple is too terrifying. If you have the chance to come into contact with them in the future, you will know how terrifying it is. True disciple. Yi Xian nodded. In fact, he was also shocked. He realized that he had underestimated the great spiritual palace. As expected of an ancient super force, this was the real stage. Gu Qing suddenly said, "This is my starry cultivation ground. Although it's not that good, I can make do with it. During this period, you can cultivate here. Don't worry, no one will disturb you. However, you must remember that the inner sect assessment is in 3 months. You must come." Yi Xian nodded. "I understand." Gu Qing nodded. "I won't disturb you anymore. Cultivate well, and call me if you need anything." Having said that, he turned and disappeared. Yi Xian looked around and waved his sleeves. In an instant, 4 time-dimensional rivers appeared in front of him. The current him could already condense 4 time-dimensional rivers. Although it wasn't much, he had slowly grasped some of the core things. This also made him sure that he could do it without limit. Exquisite peak. The great elder of the outer sect looked at Gu Qing. "Did you find out his background?" Gu Qing shook his head. "No." Although he said he was the young lord of Sky Demon Kingdom, the young lord of Sky Demon Kingdom is a woman, so it's not him. As for his name, I don't know if it's a fake name or something. I've never heard of it. Never heard of it. The great elder's face darkened. And he didn't say anything. Someone that even the Great Spiritual Palace couldn't find out was not simple. Actually, he didn't know that it was purely because Yi Xian was too far away. At this moment, Jilin suddenly said, "Forget about that. Anyway, he's a member of the Great Spiritual Palace now. Moreover, he's a swordsman. Based on this, we don't need to worry about anything." Swordsmen. Although there were bad swordsmen, they were really rare. Normally, swordsmen were people of good character. After all, as a swordsman, the most important thing was to have a clear conscience and never forget their original intentions. The great elder of the outer sect nodded. "That's true." As he spoke, he looked at Jilin. "What about Li Xiuran?" Jilin said in a low voice. "He's reached the mortal severing realm. However, his realm isn't very stable, so he's now stabilizing his realm." Mortal severing realm. The great elder of the outer sect nodded slightly. "Our outer sect can only send him and this Yi Xian," Gu Qing said softly. "If no one else enters the inner sect this time, then our outer sect." At this point, he didn't say anything else. The expressions of the three of them became even more serious. Small grotto heaven. In front of a bamboo house, an old man sat beside a small river. His eyes were slightly closed and he held a fishing rod in his hand. At this moment, a black-robed man suddenly appeared in front of the old man. The black-robed man bowed slightly. "Cave Master, we've searched all over the heavens and realms, but we haven't found that plain-dressed lady." After a long silence, the old man said, "Continue searching. If she's alive, I want to see her. If she's dead, I want to see her corpse." P.S. Working hard to save chapters. I'm so envious of my younger days. At that time, I could write at least 5 to 6 chapters a day. Now sigh. Chapter 1773. The Woman in a Plain Dress. The small grotto heaven had lost 2 super experts this time. A half-step sage and a prospective sage. Li Xianqing was a prospective sage. He was invincible in the space-time realm. It would be too easy for Li Xianqing to become a sage in the future. But now he was killed. Not only was he killed, but his master was also killed. This was equivalent to declaring war on the small grotto heaven. Suddenly the man in black said, "Cave Master, I'm afraid that woman is at least a great sage." "At least a sage?" The old man was expressionless. "So what if she's a great sage?" The small grotto heaven was not afraid of a great sage. The small grotto heaven had a great sage-level super expert. Apart from that, the ancestor of the small grotto heaven was related to the supreme law of this universe. With this relationship, even the ancient god galaxy and the sky monster kingdom had to be wary of the small grotto heaven, the supreme law of the universe. Who would not be wary of it? The old man said again, "Continue to search. We must find her." The man in black nodded. "Our people are trying their best to find this person." As he spoke, he paused and said, "Yi Xian has already joined the Great Spiritual God Palace." The Great Spiritual Palace. The old man frowned. "He joined the Great Spiritual Palace?" The man in black nodded. "This person has a close relationship with the woman in a plain dress. If we can capture this person, we will definitely know the whereabouts of the woman in a plain dress. However, this person has joined the Great Spiritual Palace, so it's not good for us to capture him." Although the small grotto heaven was not afraid of the Great Spiritual Palace, it was the territory of the Great Spiritual Palace. They did not dare to capture people in the Great Spiritual Palace. This could easily lead to a war. After a long silence, the old man said, "He will come out eventually." The man in black nodded. "Understood." After saying that, he quietly disappeared. By the river, the old man closed his eyes slowly. "Those who offend my small grotto heaven will be killed no matter how far they are." At the cultivation ground in the galaxy, Yi Xian was able to condense 10-time-dimensional rivers. Right now, he had already grasped some methods. The most important thing was that time and space had to be combined. The quality and quantity of his time-dimensional river far surpassed what it had been in the past. He had a better understanding of the time-dimensional rivers, and the more he understood, the easier it would be to break. It was worth mentioning that his current sword drawing technique could already be stacked 380 times. He actually wanted to try the sword drawing technique with the mysterious green sword, but he didn't dare to, because even he himself did not know how terrifying that might was. In fact, just the power of the Xianqing sword was already very, very terrifying. He didn't even dare to casually use the profound green sword. This sword was too terrifying. He was afraid that he would be too powerful. Time slowly passed. About 2 months later, Dao Yi suddenly arrived at the Starry Sky cultivation place where Yi Xian was. Yi Xian stopped and looked at Dao Yi. Dao Yi smiled and said, "Let's go out for a walk?" Yi Xian blinked. "Shall we go out for a walk?" Dao Yi nodded. "I heard that an inner court elder is going to give a lecture. Are you interested?" Yi Xian shook his head. "Not interested." Dao Yi rolled his eyes at Yi Xian. "Just treat it as keeping me company." Yi Xian smiled. "Then I'm interested." Dao Yi shook his head and smiled. He was very happy. The two of them left the Starry Sky cultivation place and came to a huge training ground. The training ground was nearly 1,000 feet wide and extremely spacious. At that moment, there were many outer court disciples gathered at the training ground. There were hundreds of them. Yi Xian glanced at those outer court disciples and said softly, "These people are all very good." Dao Yi nodded. Those who could become outer court disciples were not weak. In the outside world, they would definitely be geniuses among geniuses. Yi Xian suddenly asked, "Dao Yi, where are Ming and the others?" Dao Yi said softly, "They want to stay in the bamboo house by the lake." Yi Xian nodded slightly. "I understand." Obviously, Ming and the others still could not let go of God Yi. Dao Yi glanced at Yi Xian. "They don't hate you." "No, they never hated you." Yi Xian smiled. "That's good." Dao Yi was about to speak when a voice suddenly came from afar. "Damn, the backdoor guy is here." Backdoor guy. As soon as these words were spoken, all the outer court disciples present here looked at Yi Xian in succession. Backdoor. When they saw Yi Xian, many of the outer clan disciples revealed looks of disdain. Yi Xian turned to look at Dao Yi. "Did we get in through the back door?" Dao Yi thought about it and said, "They might be talking about you, not me." Yi Xian was speechless. Dao Yi smiled. "Ignore them." Yi Xian nodded. Meanwhile, a man suddenly walked over to Yi Xian and Dao Yi, and he gazed at Yi Xian. "You're not worthy of standing with us." Yi Xian said with a smile. "Then get lost." As soon as he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped the man. Slap. The man wasn't even able to react before his figure was blasted flying. In the end, he crashed heavily onto the ground in the distance, and the entire ground exploded apart. Everyone was stunned. How could he attack just like that? Yi Xian glanced at the outer court disciples, and then he smiled. "Do all of you have any more questions?" The outer court disciples gazed at Yi Xian with a trace of vigilance in their eyes. The man that Yi Xian slapped flying just now wasn't weak, but he didn't even have the ability to fight back. Obviously, Yi Xian was strong. Yi Xian smiled and didn't say anything else when they remained silent. Meanwhile, an old man suddenly appeared not too far away from them. The expressions of the outer court disciples changed slightly when they saw the old man, and then they hurriedly bowed respectfully. "Greetings, elder." An elder of the inner court. Yi Xian glanced at the old man. Needless to say, the old man's aura was much stronger than Gu Qing's group of 3. The old man didn't even spare a glance at them. He just sat down cross-legged and withdrew an ancient book. The Tao of Martial begins with the ancient gods. The outer court disciples hurriedly sat down and listened attentively. Yi Xian and Dao Yi sat down as well. In the beginning, Yi Xian didn't pay much attention to it, but it didn't take long for him to start listening attentively. Needless to say, the old man's lecture was really good. Especially some of the basic principles of the martial Tao. He explained them in great detail. The outer court disciples listened very attentively as well, because such an opportunity only came once every 3 months. In the past, it used to be once a month, but along with the decline of the outer court, it had been reduced to once every 3 months, and it might be even longer in the future. Around an hour later, the old man suddenly put the book away, stood up, and was about to leave. Meanwhile, an outer court disciple spoke abruptly. "Elder, please wait." The old man gazed at that outer court disciple. That outer court disciple bowed slightly. Elder, there's something I don't understand. You said that the Tao of martial is distinguished by the divine. The old man suddenly interrupted that outer court disciple, and his expression was cold and indifferent. These are all basic questions. I don't want to waste too much time answering them. That outer court disciple's expression instantly became quite unsightly when he heard this. Or it should be said that all the outer court disciples here had unsightly expressions as well. The inner court elder seemed like he was giving them alms by coming here to teach them. The inner court elder didn't speak another word, and he just turned around and vanished on the spot. The expressions of all the outer court disciples grew even more unsightly. The old man didn't take them seriously at all. Meanwhile, Guqing suddenly appeared here, and he glanced at them. Do you know why he disrespected all of you? All of them shook their heads. Guqing gazed at them. Because he's from the inner court while all of you are from the outer court. If they weren't on an assignment, then they wouldn't have come to the outer court to teach all of you. One of the outer court disciples spoke solemnly. Elder, we're all from the Great Spirit Divine Palace. Guqing gazed at that outer court disciple and said, You're right. We're all from the Great Spirit Divine Palace. But the Great Spirit Divine Palace is divided into the outer court and inner court as well. Moreover, it isn't just the Great Spirit Divine Palace. Only the strong are respected everywhere in the universe. If all of you want to obtain their respect, then enter the inner court. Only by entering the inner court would they respect all of you. Enter the inner court. The expressions of the outer court disciples grew even more unsightly when they heard this, because it was truly too difficult to enter the inner court. Many of them were on the verge of despair. It was even to the extent that they felt that it was utterly impossible. Guqing suddenly said, Yi Xian, Li Xiran, and Daoyi stay behind. The rest can disperse. The outer court disciples glanced at each other when they heard this, and then they dispersed. Only Guqing, Li Xiran, Yi Xian, and Daoyi remained on the training grounds. Guqing glanced at Li Xiran and Yi Xian. Are you confident? Li Xiran replied, 60%. As he spoke, he gazed at Yi Xian. Yi Xian asked, Are you talking about joining the inner court? Guqing nodded. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, Is it really very difficult to join the inner court? Guqing nodded. It's extraordinarily difficult. Yi Xian smiled. We'll give it a try when the time comes. Guqing glanced at Yi Xian and nodded. All of you will come with me to Glittering Jade Pavilion later. Li Xiran was visibly moved. Glittering Jade Pavilion? Guqing nodded. We begged for a long time in order to obtain 3 positions. Yi Xian was suddenly curious. What sort of place is Glittering Jade Pavilion? Li Xiran glanced at Yi Xian. Brother Yi, don't seem to know anything. Yi Xian smiled. It's my first time here. Li Xiran nodded lightly. Glittering Jade Pavilion is a very special place, and it was established by an elite disciple of our Grand Spiritual Palace. There's a gathering every year, but only the top monstrous geniuses are qualified to participate. Even if you're an inner court disciple, not just anyone can participate. Only those who are invited can participate. Yi Xian asked, What do we do there? Li Xiran smiled. Drink tea, discuss the Tao, and make friends with all the geniuses in the world. Yi Xian nodded. I understand. Guqing smiled. All of you can go see the world. Li Xiran hesitated for a moment, and then he said, The 3 of us definitely don't have the qualifications to be invited. Elder you. Guqing said with a smile. We shamelessly begged our respective masters for this. All of you must properly cherish this opportunity. If you're able to make friends with some inner court disciples, that would be even better. Yi Xian sighed lightly in his heart. The outer court is really too miserable. Chapter 1774. Outer Court. Yi Xian did not expect the outer court to be so miserable. Although they were all from the Great Spiritual Palace, the outer court did not seem to have any status in the Great Spiritual Palace. Guqing suddenly said, Get ready and head to Linlang Pavilion. Li Xiran nodded. All right. With that he glanced at Yi Xian. Brother Yi, Miss Daoyi, We will meet at the mountain gate later. Yi Xian nodded. All right. Li Xiaoran turned and left. Yi Xian turned and looked at Gu Qing. Elder Gu Qing, why is the outer court status so low in the great spiritual palace? Is it because the outer court is weak now? But if that's the case, it shouldn't be. The outer court recruits those who have just joined the sect, and their strength is weak. This is understandable. Gu Qing smiled bitterly. Actually, it wasn't like this in the past. The main reason is that no one from the outer court passed the inner court assessment and was promoted to inner court disciple. For the past 50 years, there has been a gap between the two sides. Therefore, over time, the inner court disciples looked down on the outer court disciples. To be precise, the previous generation's demon-like geniuses looked down on the current generation's demon-like geniuses and felt that the current generation's demon-like geniuses are weak. Yi Xian frowned. Why has no one been promoted to the inner court for the past 50 years? Has the assessment become stricter? Gu Qing shook his head. No. Yi Xian was puzzled. Then why is it so miserable? Gu Qing smiled bitterly. We don't know either. We have tried our best to nurture those who have been recruited, but no one has been able to pass the assessment. But now the benefits of the outer sect were getting fewer and fewer. To the outer sect, it could be said to be one disaster after another. If no one is able to enter the inner court this year, the outer court situation will be even more difficult. Yi Xian nodded. I understand. Gu Qing hesitated for a while and asked, Are you confident? Yi Xian smiled. You will know when the time comes. Gu Qing nodded and did not ask any more questions. An hour later, Yi Xian and Dao Yi arrived at the entrance of the mountain. At this moment, Li Xiaoran was already waiting for them. Li Xiaoran smiled. Let's go. Yi Xian nodded. The three of them headed for Glittering Jewels Pavilion. Glittering Jewels Pavilion wasn't an ancient god city, but in a starry sky outside ancient god city. Li Xiaoran suddenly said, Brother Yi should know very little about Glittering Jewels Pavilion, right? Yi Xian nodded. This is the first time I've heard of it. Li Xiaoran smiled and said, This Linlang Pavilion was built by Miss Xiao Linlang. Brother Yi, do you know Xiao Linlang? Yi Xian shook his head. I don't know. Li Xiaoran laughed. Brother Yi, why don't you know anything? Yi Xian smiled and said, This is my first time here. Speaking of which, is this Xiao Linlang very powerful? Li Xiaoran nodded. Very, very powerful. She is a very mysterious girl. When she first joined the outer court, she immediately went to participate in the inner court assessment, and she is the fastest person to pass the inner court assessment. And after entering the inner court, she immediately went to participate in the direct disciple assessment. In the end, she became the fastest person to pass the direct disciple assessment in history. After becoming a direct disciple, she founded Glittering Jewels Pavilion. Only the truly monstrous geniuses are qualified to participate in Glittering Jewels Pavilion. Yi Xian asked, This Glittering Jewels Pavilion is purely for drinking tea and discussing Tao? Li Xiaoran smiled and said, This is a platform, because those who are able to enter are definitely geniuses among geniuses. And their family background is definitely not ordinary. Everyone gets to know each other, and it is very beneficial for everyone. Other than that, there are many precious martial arts manuals and mental cultivation methods, but you have to take out martial arts manuals and mental cultivation methods of corresponding value to exchange to be able to see them. Other than that, there is also a Tao discussion segment. Everyone can discuss Tao and learn from each other's strengths. In short, if you can enter, you will definitely gain a lot. Yi Xian nodded slightly. I understand. Li Xiaoran hesitated for a while, then said, Actually, the three of us are not qualified to be invited. But Elder Gu and the rest got us 3 invitation letters. Saying that, he looked at the invitation letter in his hand. I even suspect that this is fake. Yi Xian smiled and said, Brotherly, don't belittle yourself. It's not that important whether others think highly of us or not. What's important is that we have to think highly of ourselves. Li Xiaoran smiled slightly. Many thanks for Brother Ye's guidance. But this pressure is really too great. Because everyone inside is a proud son of heaven, and I. Yi Xian shook his head. This kind of thinking of yours is very bad. We can be inferior to others, but we can't belittle ourselves. Because if you look down on yourself, how can you expect others to look up to you? Li Xiaoran was silent for a moment, then said, I've learned. Yi Xian smiled and said, just treat this gathering as an ordinary gathering. After we go in, we will eat and drink as we like. Li Xiaoran was taken aback, then he laughed. Brother Yi, you're really interesting. As they spoke, the three of them had already left the city. Not long after they left the city, Yi Xian frowned. Li Xiaoran also frowned. A long spear appeared in his hand. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly turned around and slashed down with his sword. Chi. Following a tearing sound, an afterimage retreated hundreds of feet away. An assassin. Li Xiaoran was furious. How dare you assassinate someone from the great spiritual god palace? At this moment, the afterimage that Yi Xian slashed away disappeared without a sound. There was no longer any aura around. Since his attack failed, he immediately fled. Yi Xian frowned. Who was it? Was it someone who came to steal the divine-level spring of eternal life, or a small cave, or the Sky Demon Kingdom? Sky Demon Kingdom was unlikely. The number of people killed by Qing should be enough to deter the Sky Demon Kingdom. As for this small cave, he could not rule out the possibility that the other party was here to seek revenge. At this moment, Li Xiaoran suddenly said, Brother Yi, do you know who it is? Yi Xian shook his head. Forget it. He was a little careless just now. After slashing away with his sword, he did not immediately attack again. In fact, he wanted to keep his life, but he did not expect the other party to be so fast and flee. Li Xiaoran said solemnly, should we return to the great spiritual god palace and inform Elder Gu Qing and the rest? Yi Xian smiled. Forget it. I'll deal with it myself. Li Xiaoran hesitated, then nodded. All right. Yi Xian said, let's go to Linlang Pavilion. Not long after the three of them left, a black shadow suddenly appeared. After a moment of silence, the black shadow said, he is so strong. It's so. At this moment, a sword suddenly pierced through his forehead. Chi. The black shadow froze on the spot. Yi Xian appeared again, the corner of his mouth raised. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? At this moment, the black shadow suddenly became illusory. Self-destruct. Seeing this, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Self-destruct directly. Yi Xian looked at the shadow. You are from the small cave world. The black shadow's right hand trembled slightly, and this small movement was noticed by Yi Xian. Yi Xian said softly, you really are from the small cave world. At this moment, the black shadow had completely disappeared. A mortal severing stage assassin. Yi Xian was silent for a moment, then shook his head. You are looking down on me too much. With his current strength, let alone a mortal severing stage, he could even kill a spacetime stage. Moreover, he did not even need to use the green profound sword. After a moment, Yi Xian turned and left. Glittering Jewels Pavilion was located in the middle of a lake, and the entire pavilion was built in the middle of the lake. It was very big and very exquisite. The pavilion was built with crystals, and if it was night, under the illumination of the starlight and moonlight, the entire pavilion would be even more colorful. It was extremely beautiful, like a celestial palace. When Yi Xian and the other two arrived at the entrance of Glittering Jewels Pavilion, a woman appeared in front of them. The woman wore a white dress, and her features were peerless, with a faint smile on her face. The woman smiled faintly. 3 guests, please show me your invitation cards. Yi Xian and the other two took out their invitation. When she saw their invitation, a strange look flashed across the woman's eyes. She did not say much, and returned the invitation to the 3, then said with a smile, please enter the pavilion. Li Xiaoran cupped his fists. Thank you. The 3 entered Glittering Jewels Pavilion. After entering, Yi Xian and the other two were a little surprised. Glittering Jewels Pavilion was different from the outside. The decorations inside Glittering Jewels Pavilion were very simple, and not luxurious at all. Compared to the outside, it was a world of difference. At this moment, Li Xiaoran suddenly laughed. I wonder if Miss Linlang will come this time. And that Li Yaoya. Yi Xian looked at Li Xiaoran. Didn't Miss Linlang come to previous gatherings? Li Xiaoran laughed. Not necessarily. Sometimes she will appear, but sometimes she won't. Yi Xian nodded slightly, and he looked around. The entire pavilion was very spacious, and in the center of the pavilion, there was a huge round platform, and around the round platform were some praying mats. Li Xiaoran said, "This should be the place where the Tao discussion will be held later." As he spoke, he looked into the distance. "Let's go to the cabinet. I heard that there are many display platforms in the cabinet." Yi Xian nodded. "All right." The three arrived at the cabinet, which was relatively small. Inside the pavilion, there were about 100 crystal display platforms, and inside there were divine items and some scrolls. Li Xiaoran suddenly walked in front of a crystal platform, and his expression suddenly turned solemn. Ancient Desolation Fist. Yi Xian walked to Li Xiaoran's side, and he took a glance at the crystal platform, and at the bottom of the crystal platform, there were 3 big words. Ancient Desolation Fist. Yi Xian looked at Li Xiaoran, and Li Xiaoran said in a deep voice, "It's a sacred rank martial technique." Yi Xian frowned. Sacred rank. Li Xiaoran nodded. Martial techniques are divided into 5 types. From low to high, they are void rank, truth rank, sacred rank, god rank, and ancient god rank. Sacred rank martial techniques and mental cultivation methods, even in the great spiritual god palace, are very precious. Only a few core disciples of the inner sect are qualified to learn them. Yi Xian nodded slightly, and he looked around. Finally, he came to the crystal pillar in the center, but just as he was about to approach, he was blocked by an invisible force. "There's a formation." Yi Xian took a glance at the crystal pillar, and at the bottom, there were 2 big words. Sword extinction. Sword technique. Moreover, it was a god-rank sword technique. Yi Xian was instantly interested. Yi Xian turned his head to look at Li Xiaoran, and said with a smile, "Brotherly, how do I obtain this god-rank sword technique?" Li Xiaoran took a look at the crystal platform in front of Yi Xian, and then smiled bitterly. "Brother Yi, I'm afraid you can't afford this. To obtain this item, you must exchange it with a sword technique of the same level." Yi Xian was about to speak, when at this time, a voice suddenly sounded from the side. "Heaven Ascension Stage?" Yi Xian turned to look, and not far away, a man was looking at him. The man looked at Yi Xian, his brows slightly wrinkled. "A Heaven Ascension Stage can also enter Glittering Jewels Pavilion? What a joke." Yi Xian was about to speak, when at this time the man suddenly said, "Your outer sect disciples." "Outer sect disciples?" Yi Xian nodded. "Yes." The man stared at Yi Xian. "You don't have the qualifications to be invited." As he spoke, a cold light flashed in his eyes. "How dare you dare to forge an invitation letter?" P.S. Regarding updates, I have a great plan. Chapter 1775. Forged Invitation Letters. His words immediately attracted the attention of some people in Glittering Jewels Pavilion. Yi Xian glanced at the man. This man was also from the great spiritual divine palace. However, he was obviously from the inner court. At this moment, a woman slowly walked into the inner court. It was the woman who had received Yi Xian's group earlier. The man quickly said, "Miss Imo came at the right time. These 3 forged invitation letters to sneak into Glittering Jewels Pavilion. They deserve to die." Imo glanced at the man. "Young Master Wang Xiao, they forged invitation letters?" The man named Wang Xiao nodded. "Yes. They are all outer court disciples of great spiritual god palace. They are not qualified to enter Glittering Jewels Pavilion. Their invitation letters must be forged." Imo looked at Yi Xian's group. Yi Xian looked at Wang Xiao and smiled. "Brother Wang, we are all from great spiritual god palace. Why do you have to do this?" Wang Xiao flicked his sleeves and a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. "Your outer court is a disgrace. Do you think you are from great spiritual god palace?" Yi Xian suddenly asked. "Not from great spiritual god palace? Then what is it? Could it be from Battle Pavilion?" Wang Xiao's expression froze. Yi Xian said seriously, "Brother Wang, your thinking is dangerous. You don't even admit that the outer court belongs to Great Spiritual God Palace. Wang Xiu stared at Yi Xian and mocked. What? Are you outer court disciples only good at talking? Yi Xian said with a smile. I think both the inner and outer sects belong to the Great Spiritual Divine Palace. Well said. At this moment a man suddenly applauded. Well said, sir. Yi Xian looked at the man and the man smiled. I am an inner court disciple, Mo Yi. Yi Xian smiled. Hello, Brother Mo. Mo Yi smiled and looked at Wang Xiu. Brother Wang, regardless of whether they are outer disciples or inner disciples, they are all from the Great Spiritual Palace. Since they are all from the Great Spiritual Palace, let's forget about this matter. Wang Xiu sneered. Forget it? Mo Yi, I admit that the outer sect is also part of the Great Spiritual God Palace, but forgive me for being blunt. Do the two of them have the qualifications to enter the Glittering Jewels Pavilion? Yi Xian smiled and said, Is it up to you to decide whether I'm qualified or not? Wang Xiu stared at Yi Xian. Outer sect, you're so arrogant. Yi Xian blinked and said with a smile, This is arrogance? Haha. Meanwhile, Li Xiuran, who stood by Yi Xian's side, hesitated for a moment before he said, Senior brother Yi Xian, we didn't forge any invitations. Our invitations were sent by Master. As soon as these words were spoken, an uproar arose in the surroundings. Yi Xian also shook his head and sighed. This brother Li's brain was still a little too simple. The three of their invitation letters were originally a little unorthodox. After all, the exquisite Jade Pavilion did not invite the three of them. And who was the one checking the invitation cards outside? It was none other than Miss Mo. Wang Xiu still dared to say that their invitations were forged after seeing Miss Mo. He was either an idiot or had ulterior motives. Meanwhile, Wang Xiu suddenly smiled and said, So it was your master who asked for it on your behalf. I understand. I understand. Li Xiuran instantly became slightly embarrassed when he heard this. On the other hand, the expressions of the others here became slightly strange as well. Actually, it wasn't that something like this had never happened before. For the sake of creating opportunities for their descendants, the older generation would use their connections to obtain an invitation card, and then give it to their descendants. However, such things were tacitly understood. At this moment, Wang Xiu had directly brought this matter out in the open, and he was intentionally humiliating Yi Xian's group of three. Wang Xiu suddenly gazed at Yi Xian and said, You're at the Heaven Ascension realm. If I'm not wrong, then you're Yi Xian who just joined the outer court, right? Yi Xian smiled and said, That's me. Wang Xiu smiled and said, So you're Yi Xian who entered the outer court from the back. As he spoke, he glanced at the surroundings and continued, All of you might not be aware, but he originally didn't have the qualifications to join the outer court. However, he used his connections to enter the outer court. I'm not humiliating a fellow disciple for no reason today. But I, Wang Xiu, can't bear the sight of people who use their connections to enter the outer court. Some people gazed at Yi Xian with slightly strange gazes when they heard this. He entered the outer court through the back door. Mo Yi glanced at Yi Xian, and he hesitated for a moment but didn't say anything in the end. Actually, he'd heard about what happened to Yi Xian as well. It seemed like he really did enter through the back door. Such behavior was quite shameful. Meanwhile, Li Xiuran suddenly spoke in a low voice. Wang Xiu, with Brother Ye's strength, he's completely qualified to enter the outer court. He didn't enter through the back door at all. He'd seen Yi Xian fight earlier, so he was aware of Yi Xian's strength. Wang Xiu smiled and said, He didn't enter through the back door? Then tell me, a Heaven Ascension realm cultivator like him was actually able to join the outer court? As he spoke, he shook his head and smiled. No wonder your outer court has declined to such an extent. So it turns out that your outer court has become so corrupt. Truly shameful. Li Xiuran was slightly furious. He wanted to say something but was stopped by Yi Xian. Li Xiuran looked at Yi Xian, and Yi Xian smiled and said, Brother Li, let me deal with such a person. As he spoke, he looked at Wang Xiu and smiled. So, your main objective today was to target me. Wang Xiu gazed at Yi Xian. You don't have the qualifications for me to target you. I purely dislike the sight of you. As he spoke, he smiled lightly. If you dislike the sight of me as well, then come and hit me. Yi Xian suddenly vanished on the spot. Hiss! Before the crowd could react, they only saw a flash of sword light, and Wang Xiu's head directly flew off. A stream of fresh blood splattered out. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Yi Xian attacked. He actually attacked in the Glittering Jewels Pavilion. One had to know that fighting was prohibited in the Glittering Jewels Pavilion. And the reason why Wang Xiu deliberately said those words just now was to deliberately provoke Yi Xian to attack. It was very scheming. But they didn't expect that Yi Xian would really attack. What they didn't expect even more was that Yi Xian directly killed Wang Xiu. This Wang Xiu was at the mortal severing realm. And he was considered to be above average in the inner court. And he was killed just like that? Some of the inner court disciples of the great spiritual god palace looked at Yi Xian with an additional trace of fear in their eyes. And at this moment, Wang Xiu was actually not completely dead. His physical body had been slashed away by Yi Xian, but his soul was still there. However, a strand of sword light had locked onto his soul. At this moment, Wang Xiu's eyes were filled with terror. Actually, he'd been prepared to attack Yi Xian at any moment. But at the instant that Yi Xian had attacked, he hadn't been able to block it. He hadn't even been able to resist a single strike. Meanwhile, Miss Imo suddenly looked at Yi Xian, and her gaze gradually turned cold. She was just about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly issued a command in his heart. Bang! Wang Xiu's soul transformed into nothingness, and even his consciousness was wiped out. Completely gone. Imo stared fixedly at Yi Xian when she saw this scene. Young Master Yi, you can't attack in the Glittering Jewels Pavilion. Yi Xian blinked. Can't I attack? Imo gazed at Yi Xian with an icy cold gaze. Yi Xian smiled embarrassedly. I'm sorry. It's my first time here, so I don't know the rules. Please forgive me, miss. Imo was slightly speechless. This fellow's apologetic attitude wasn't bad, and she didn't know what to do for a moment. Meanwhile, an inner court disciple suddenly said, Yi Xian, you're too ruthless. Yi Xian looked at that inner court disciple, and was slightly puzzled. He was the one who asked me to hit him. All of you heard that, right? He was the one who asked me to hit him. Everyone was speechless. Yi Xian said seriously. In my entire life, this is the first time someone has asked me to hit him. Really? You. That inner court disciple glared angrily at Yi Xian. You. Yi Xian suddenly looked at that inner court disciple. Do you want me to hit you as well? That inner court disciple's expression instantly changed when he heard this. He was extremely fearful of Yi Xian's strike from before, because he didn't have the confidence to receive it. At this moment, the atmosphere suddenly became slightly awkward. Yi Xian suddenly said, Everyone, let's get back to the topic at hand. Wang Xiu slandered me by going through the back door. As he spoke, he grinned. I'm sure all of you know whether I did or not. As for Wang Xiu, all of you saw him just now. First he humiliated me. Then he asked me to hit him. Alas, it's truly the first time I, Yi Xian, have heard such a request in my entire life. It's true. All of them were speechless. Suddenly, laughter resounded from outside. You killed him, yet you still want to destroy his heart. How interesting. As soon as the voice resounded, a man walked in. Someone exclaimed with surprise as soon as the man walked in. The sixth on the Earth rankings, Su Yan. The Earth rankings of the inner court. Li Xiran spoke solemnly by Yi Xian's side. Brother Yi, there's a ranking in the inner court, the Earth rankings. Anyone who's able to enter the Earth rankings is a genius amongst geniuses. You have to be careful. Yi Xian smiled. All right. After Su Yan walked in, some of the inner court disciples hurriedly cupped their fists and greeted him. Su Yan smiled and returned the greeting. In the end, he gazed at Yi Xian. You're that fellow Yi Xian? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Su Yan gazed at Yi Xian. We're all from the same sect. Yet you actually acted so ruthlessly. You didn't just kill him. You even wiped out his soul and consciousness. Aren't you a little too ruthless? Yi Xian said. He asked me to hit him. Su Yan stared at Yi Xian. Don't play such lowly tricks. You didn't just break the rules of Glittering Jade Pavilion by killing him. You broke the rules of the sect as well. Even if you're able to leave here today, the law enforcers of the sect won't let you go. As he spoke, he gazed at Mo. Miss Mo, he openly killed someone in Glittering Jade Pavilion. He doesn't take Glittering Jade Pavilion seriously at all. Could it be that your Glittering Jade Pavilion will just sit idly by and do nothing? If you do, then may I ask Miss Mo, who will still abide by the rules of Glittering Jade Pavilion in the future? Moreover, where will Miss Glittering Jade Pavilion's face go? Mo's face was slightly gloomy. Suddenly Yi Xian said, Tisk tsk. You actually joined forces with outsiders to deal with your own? Su Yan gazed at Yi Xian. Yi Xian was slightly heartbroken. We're from Great Spirit Palace. We're brothers. Even if there's a conflict between us, it's an internal matter of our Great Spirit Palace. Yet now you've actually joined forces with Glittering Jade Pavilion to deal with me. Aren't you being a traitor? Su Yan was speechless. Chapter 1776. Everyone within Glittering Jade Pavilion gazed at Yi Xian with rather strange expressions on their faces. Isn't this fellow a little too talkative? While Yi Xian seemed to be pestering endlessly, there was actually a certain level of logic behind it. Even though Glittering Jade Pavilion was created by the geniuses of Grand Spirit Palace, it didn't belong to Grand Spirit Palace in the end. At this moment, it was actually inappropriate for Su Yan to ask Glittering Jade Pavilion to deal with Yi Xian. Just as Yi Xian had said, no matter how fierce the internal strife of Grand Spirit Palace was, it was an internal matter, and it shouldn't have joined forces with outsiders. That was actually a huge taboo. Su Yan gazed at Yi Xian and smiled. I underestimated you. Yi Xian smiled. Actually, I really don't understand. We're both from Grand Spirit Palace, so why does your inner court look down on the outer court so much? Su Yan shook his head. We're not talking about the inner court and outer court right now. We're talking about how you killed Wang Xiao. Even you said that they're both from Grand Spirit Palace. Since it's like that, then why did you kill him? Yi Xian said with a smile. Who started it? Su Yan stared at Yi Xian. It was just a verbal argument between you. Yet you directly killed him. Moreover, it was a surprise attack. Moreover, you acted so ruthlessly and even wiped out his soul and consciousness. Did you even take him to be a fellow disciple of the same sect? Yi Xian chuckled and said he targeted me as soon as he arrived. Obviously, he didn't take me to be a fellow disciple of the same sect. Since it's like that, why should I take him to be a fellow disciple? This respect is mutual, isn't it? Su Yan smiled. It's a fact that you killed him. Yi Xian blinked. If that's what you want to say, then I can only say that I killed him. So I killed him. Give me another chance and I'll kill him again. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere here instantly became tense. Su Yan gazed at Yi Xian. Are you declaring war on my inner court? Yi Xian said with a smile. I don't have too many thoughts about the inner court. However, my character is that I will fight whoever comes looking for trouble with me. As he spoke, he walked over to Su Yan. I heard you're the 6th on the Earth rankings. Do you want to spar with me? Because I don't think there's much meaning in a war of words. Challenge. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present here was shocked. An outer sect disciple challenging an inner sect disciple? Furthermore, it was the Heaven Ascension boundary challenging the absolute space-time boundary. He was challenging a genius on the Earth ranking who was 2 ranks higher than him. This was a little exaggerated. Su Yan looked at Yi Xian. At this moment, there was a trace of seriousness in the depths of his eyes. Yi Xian smiled and said, Fight? The kind where life and death are decided. Meanwhile, Mo said abruptly, This is Glittering Jade Pavilion. Linling Pavilion. Yi Xian roared with laughter. He glanced at the inner court disciples and smiled. I'm an outer court disciple. If all of you can't stand the sight of me, then feel free to target me. I, Yi Xian, request to be targeted. Please target me. How arrogant. The expressions of the inner court disciples became unsightly. It was an undisguised provocation. Meanwhile, Su Yan suddenly said, I accept your challenge. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone gazed at Su Yan. Actually, they weren't surprised. Su Yan was an inner court disciple, and he was a top-rate expert on the Earth rankings. If he didn't accept Yi Xian's challenge, then how would he continue living in the inner court in the future? After all, Yi Xian wasn't an outer court disciple, and he was only at the Heaven Ascension realm. So he had to accept this challenge. Yi Xian gazed at Su Yan, and the latter smiled. Glittering Jade Pavilion isn't suitable for battle. Let's go somewhere else, alright? Yi Xian nodded. Alright. Su Yan said. Let's go to the Starry Sky battlefield. As soon as he finished speaking, a teleportation formation suddenly appeared beneath his and Yi Xian's feet, and then they vanished on the spot. As for the others in Glittering Jade Pavilion, they vanished as well. In the deathly silent Starry Sky, Yi Xian and Su Yan faced each other from afar. The inner court disciples and some geniuses and monstrous geniuses that Glittering Jade Pavilion had invited were standing around them. There were even people from the battle pavilion. The news of their battle spread quickly, so more and more inner court disciples and monstrous geniuses rushed to this Starry Sky. Miss Imo was there too. A young man followed behind her, and there was a small battle character carved on his left chest. Battle Pavilion. The young man looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Is this the Yi Xian who entered the great spiritual god palace through the back door? Imo shook her head slightly. Brother Gushi, you're wrong. With his strength, not to mention being an outer court disciple, he's even qualified to be an inner court disciple. Oh. Gushi was slightly interested. This person dares to challenge a space-time realm cultivator when he's only at the Heaven Ascension realm, so he must be extraordinary. I just don't know how extraordinary he is. RMO smiled. We'll find out soon. In the distance, Su Yan suddenly said, a life and death battle? Yi Xian smiled. Of course. Su Yan gazed at Yi Xian. All right. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Can we begin? Su Yan nodded. He just nodded when Yi Xian suddenly vanished on the spot. Hiss. All the spectators saw a ray of light flash. Su Yan's expression instantly changed drastically, and then he swiftly pressed his palms together. In an instant, a ray of golden light converged in front of him. There was a river of time within the ray of golden light. It was a material river of time. A space-time realm cultivator. A true space-time realm cultivator. He'd chosen to defend against Yi Xian's attack. Meanwhile, Yi Xian's sword arrived before him. Yi Xian's attack stabbed against the ray of golden light. Everyone watched as the ray of golden light shook violently, and then it exploded apart. At the same time, Su Yan retreated explosively. Meanwhile, Yi Xian's sword flew forward again. In the distance, Su Yan's pupils constricted. How could he possibly resist this attack? Suddenly, an old man appeared in front of Su Yan, and then he flicked his sleeve. Bang! Yi Xian's attack was instantly stopped. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the sword flew back into his grasp before he gazed at the old man. The expressions of the inner court disciples changed slightly when they saw the old man, and then they bowed slightly. Greetings, Elder Qiu. Elder Qiu. An inner court elder. Elder Qiu gazed coldly at Yi Xian. It was just a spar, yet you attacked so viciously. How vicious of you. Yi Xian chuckled. We agreed that it would be a life and death battle. As he spoke, he gazed at Su Yan. What? You even called for help. Su Yan's expression was quite unsightly when he heard this. Only now did he realize that he'd really underestimated this fellow. That attack just now had almost taken his life. Elder Qiu's eyes suddenly narrowed slightly, and his gaze was icy cold. You're an outer court disciple. Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Elder Qiu was about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly said, Elder, the battle between us hasn't ended. Can you move aside for now? As soon as these words were spoken, all the spectators here were shocked. He's not even giving face to an inner court elder. Isn't he too amazing? Imo gazed at Yi Xian as well, and she was quite shocked in her heart. This fellow is actually refusing to stop? After all, in Yi Xian's opinion, if he were to immediately apologize to this inner court elder, then perhaps the inner court elder would give him a way out and let the matter rest. However, she hadn't imagined that Yi Xian would actually refuse to give face to this inner court elder at all. Has he gone mad? Elder Qiu just stared at Yi Xian. You've won. Do you really have to kill me? Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. You make it sound like I'm the one in the wrong. As he spoke, he pointed at Su Yan. How did he act against me just now? I want an explanation. Is there a problem? Elder Chiu gazed at Yi Xian while a trace of killing intent flashed through his eyes. Let the matter rest. Understand? A savage smile arose on the corners of Yi Xian's mouth. Let the matter rest? Who the fuck do you think you are? Elder Chiu's eyes narrowed slightly. How dare you? As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly vanished on the spot. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly took a step forward. As soon as he took a step forward, he drew out his sword and slashed. At the instant that his sword slashed, bang! An expanse of light suddenly erupted. Rumble! The spectators watched with astonishment as Elder Chiu was blasted over 10 kilometers away. At the same time, the entire expanse of the starry sky started to be obliterated bit by bit. The spectators in the surroundings were horrified, and they retreated explosively. At this moment, all of them were shocked. No one had expected Yi Xian's attack to be so terrifying. Yi Xian glanced at his hand, and he noticed that it was empty. He'd used the sword drawing technique just now. It was a pure drawing technique, and it wasn't a technique that decided life and death. Even then, his sword hadn't been able to endure the force of the sword drawing technique, because he hadn't used the green profound sword. You. Suddenly, Elder Chiu spoke with astonishment. Your sword technique. At this moment, only his soul remained. His physical body had been slashed into pieces by Yi Xian. Suddenly, Yi Xian vanished on the spot. Su Yan's expression changed drastically, and he was about to attack when a sword pierced through the center of his forehead. Bang! Before everyone's eyes, Su Yan was forcefully erased. His soul was obliterated. At this moment, this expanse of the starry sky that was being obliterated fell completely silent. He'd killed him. However, this wasn't the end of it. Yi Xian turned around to gaze at Elder Chiu, and his expression changed drastically. Do you dare to kill the old man? The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Why wouldn't I? As he spoke, he was about to attack. Meanwhile, Li Xiuran suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian, and he hurriedly stopped Yi Xian. Brother Yi, you absolutely can't kill an elder. Killing an elder is a crime punishable by death. Yi Xian blinked. Is it a huge crime to kill an elder? Li Xiuran hurriedly nodded. Extremely. Killing an elder is equivalent to provoking the enforcement hall, and they won't let you off. There's still room for negotiation now, but if you kill an elder, then there'll be no room for negotiation at all. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, but will he take revenge on me in the future? Li Xiuran hesitated for a moment and said he might. Yi Xian frowned when he heard this, and then the sword in his hand suddenly started trembling. Li Xiuran's expression instantly changed drastically, and he hurriedly said, he might not as well. As he spoke, he gazed at Elder Chiu. Elder Chiu, you won't take revenge on Brother Yi, right? Elder Chiu stared fixedly at Yi Xian. Would he dare to kill the old man? Even if I gave him 100 guts, he would still. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly swung his sword. Elder Chiu was instantly annihilated. Li Xiuran's face instantly turned pale when he witnessed this scene. We're finished. P.S. I've always had a plan. Chapter 1777. He killed him. The expressions of everyone here had become solemn when they witnessed this scene. As for the inner court disciples, their faces were covered in disbelief. He killed an elder of the inner court. Yi Xian actually dared to kill an elder of the inner court. That was an elder of the inner court. Killing an elder of the inner court wasn't as simple as breaking the rules of the palace. Only the enforcement hall had the authority to deal with an elder who broke the law. However, Yi Xian had bypassed the enforcement hall and killed an elder, so it was equivalent to provoking the enforcement hall and the Great Spirit Palace. Of course, most importantly, Yi Xian had actually been able to kill an elder of the inner court, and he'd done it with such ease. His strength was truly terrifying. Suddenly, a black-clothed old man appeared not too far away from Yi Xian. There was a tiny Ji character inscribed on the old man's left chest. An enforcement officer. Li Xiaoran's face instantly turned pale when he saw the black-clothed old man. The enforcement officer is here. The black-clothed old man glanced at the spot where Elder Qiu had vanished, and then he gazed at Yi Xian. You killed him? Yi Xian nodded. The black-clothed old man gazed at Yi Xian. Are you coming with me, or do I have to take you with me? Yi Xian smiled. I'm not leaving. The black-clothed old man's eyes narrowed slightly. He opened his palm, and then a black chain suddenly appeared in his palm. In the next moment, the black chain flew forward. Hiss. The sound of something tearing resounded. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly charged forward and slashed with his sword. Bang. An expanse of light suddenly erupted. In the next moment, the black-clothed old man was pushed over 3 kilometers back. And he'd just stopped when the chain in his hand shattered into pieces. Everyone was stunned once more. Even the enforcement elder isn't a match for him? The black-clothed old man was quite stunned. I was actually pushed back by that attack. Yi Xian gazed at the black-clothed old man. You might not be able to take me with you. The black-clothed old man spoke furiously. How dare you? Are you trying to rebel? You. Yi Xian opened his palm and a sword appeared in his hand. He then slowly walked towards the black-robed old man. Boom. A powerful sword aura enveloped the black-robed old man. The black-clothed old man's expression changed drastically. The man in front of him wanted to kill him. Right at this moment, Elder Gu Qing suddenly appeared before Yi Xian, and Gu Qing hurriedly said, Don't act recklessly. In fact, he was also very shocked at this moment. He knew that Yi Xian had been concealing his strength, but he never expected Yi Xian's strength to be so terrifying. Not only did he kill Su Yan of the Earth Roll, but he also killed an inner elder. Even the law enforcement elder was no match for him. This was too terrifying. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, He wants to take me away. Gu Qing said in a low voice, I'll handle it. Yi Xian nodded. All right. Gu Qing instantly heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. Since Yi Xian was willing to listen to him, it proved that Yi Xian had never intended to betray the Great Spirit Palace. So he could still be saved. Gu Qing turned around to look at the law enforcement elder. Elder, he's the most monstrous genius amongst our outer court disciples. The law enforcement elder suddenly interrupted Gu Qing. He killed an inner court disciple and an inner court elder. This is a monstrous crime and he must die. Yi Xian suddenly said, Trust me, I'll kill you. The law enforcement elder spoke ferociously. Don't you dare. You. Yi Xian suddenly laughed. I even dared to kill an inner court elder, so why wouldn't I dare to kill you? As he spoke, he was about to attack. Meanwhile, Gu Qing hurriedly stopped him and laughed bitterly. Don't be impulsive. Killing him is equivalent to poking a hornet's nest. None of those fellows from the enforcement hall are easy to deal with. Yi Xian was about to speak when the law enforcement elder spoke abruptly. Let him kill me. Let's see if he dares to touch me, old man. Yi Xian suddenly vanished on the spot. Hiss. The law enforcement elder's voice stopped abruptly. There was a sword stuck in the center of his forehead. Gu Qing's face turned pale when he witnessed this scene. We're finished. That fellow even dared to kill the law enforcement elder. We've poked a hornet's nest. The inner court disciples had extremely solemn expressions on their faces as well. It was too terrifying. Has he gone mad? He dares to kill on sight. The problem is that he can still kill. Is the law enforcement elder that weak? Gu Qing laughed bitterly. We're finished. Yi Xian smiled. It's not finished. Gu Qing gazed at Yi Xian. Yi Xian grinned. The more I kill, the greater my chances of survival. Gu Qing frowned slightly and he was slightly puzzled. Suddenly, a strand of formidable pressure appeared here. The expressions of everyone here changed when they sensed this pressure. It was the aura of a minor saint. A true saint. Yi Xian's brows knit together slightly as well. I probably can't kill this newcomer with a single strike of my sword. Meanwhile, a white-haired old man suddenly appeared not too far away from Yi Xian. Gu Qing hurriedly bowed respectfully when he saw the old man. Greetings, Elder Hung. The other inner court disciples hurriedly bowed respectfully as well. Hung. That was the grand elder of the inner court, and he was one of the strongest and most senior elders in the inner court. Heng's gaze descended onto Yi Xian. You killed someone. Yi Xian nodded. I did. Heng asked why. Yi Xian smiled. I can't stand the sight of them. I can't stand the sight of them. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of everyone here became strange. Damn it. This fellow is too arrogant. When did such a freak appear in the outer court? The white-robed old man stared at Yi Xian. You killed them because you can't stand the sight of them. But what if you can't stand the sight of me? Will you kill me as well? Yi Xian shook his head. I won't. The white-robed old man frowned slightly. Why? Yi Xian smiled. Because I don't offend those who don't offend me. The white-robed old man was stunned, and then he said, They offended you, so you killed them? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Heng stared fixedly at Yi Xian. Your actions are too extreme. Right and wrong are determined by the rules of the palace. How could you? Yi Xian suddenly shook his head. Elder, is right and wrong really important to all of you? The white-robed old man gazed at Yi Xian. What do you mean? Yi Xian smiled. Wang Xiu insulted me and my outer court disciple, so why can't I kill him? The white-robed old man laughed. Wang Xiu was in the wrong for insulting you, but you don't have the right to kill him. Yi Xian looked the white-robed old man in the eyes. Elder, I'm a swordsman. A swordsman. The white-robed old man's eyes narrowed slightly. Swordsmen were a group of stubborn and bad-tempered people, so most people weren't willing to offend a swordsman. Even the members of the battle pavilion wouldn't offend a swordsman for no reason. The white-robed old man suddenly said. Then the inner court elder and Su Yan. Yi Xian suddenly said. Elder, I've already killed them. It's meaningless to say anything else. You can do whatever you want. In any case, it doesn't matter to me. If I can win, then I'll fight. If I can't, then I'll die. It's very simple. The crowd was speechless. The white-robed old man stared at Yi Xian for a long time, then nodded. You've got guts. Yi Xian shrugged. I don't bully people, but I'll kill anyone who dares to bully me. What a joke. At this moment, an angry roar suddenly resounded from the depths of the starry sky. The next moment, a terrifying pressure swept down from the depths of the starry sky. Another minor sage. The powerful pressure's target was Yi Xian. Yi Xian suddenly raised his head, and a ferocious look flashed in his eyes. He leaped up and slashed with his sword with both hands. Boom. The pressure was directly shattered by him. The white-robed old man, Zhang Heng, narrowed his eyes when he saw this. At this moment he was slightly shocked. This guy isn't afraid of the pressure of a sage. He's a good seedling. At this moment, the sky suddenly split open, and a middle-aged man suddenly walked out. Zhang Heng frowned when he saw this middle-aged man. Yan Li. Yan Li, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall. Gu Qing's face sank again when he saw Yan Li. Yan Li looked at Yi Xian. First you killed an inner disciple, then an inner elder, then an enforcement hall elder. I have to say, this is the first time in the great spiritual palace. You've got guts. Yi Xian said indifferently. I'll kill anyone who dares to humiliate me and my outer disciple. Yan Li stared at Yi Xian. There are many disciples who humiliated you. Not only are there many inner disciples, but there are also some true disciples. Why? Are you going to kill them all? Yi Xian looked Yan Li in the eye. Kill. If an inner disciple humiliates my outer disciple, I'll kill him. If a true disciple humiliates my outer disciple, I'll kill him. At Yi Xian's words, a lady in a purple dress suddenly laughed. This guy is extraordinarily smart. His words have elevated the grudge between the two of them to the inner and outer sect. He has always admitted that he is a disciple of the great spiritual god Palace. In this case, it is an internal matter. With his talent and battle prowess, the higher-ups will definitely cherish him. He should not die. There was a man next to the lady in purple dress. The man glanced at Yi Xian without saying a word. The lady in purple dress looked at the man next to her. Brother Yaoya, can you see through him? Li Yaoya. This man was the most monstrous genius in the history of the great spiritual palace. Li Yaoya shook his head. I can't. Then he looked at the lady. Miss Linlang, can you see through him? Xiao Linlang shook her head and smiled. I can't. This guy is interesting. Do you think the enforcement hall will take him away? Li Yaoye looked at Yanli. I'm afraid Elder Yan can't take him away. Xiao Linlang smirked. Why? Li Yaoye said plainly, intuition. Xiao Linlang was stunned then laughed. What a good intuition. As she spoke, she looked at Yi Xian in the distance and said with a smile, after all these years, an interesting guy has finally appeared. In the distance, Yanli stared at Yi Xian. What if I humiliate your outer sect? Are you going to kill me too? Yi Xian pointed his sword at Yanli and laughed. Kill? Why not? Not just you. I will kill anyone who humiliates the outer sect and the great spiritual palace. Even if he's above the sage level, I will still kill him. Yanli looked at Yi Xian without saying a word. On the other side, Xiao Linlang suddenly shook her head and smiled. This guy is really interesting. He directly escalated the feud between the inner and outer sect to the great spiritual palace. Now, it seems like he killed to protect the great spiritual palace. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly pointed his sword at Yanli. Are you going to humiliate the great spiritual palace? How dare you insult my great spiritual god palace? I, Yi Xian, swear that I will not rest until you die. Everyone. Yanli was a little confused. When did I humiliate the great spiritual palace? Chapter 1778. Everyone here had slightly strange expressions on their faces. Yi Xian is really good at talking nonsense. He's actually become someone who defends the Great Spirit Palace. Yanli gazed at Yi Xian. Wang Xiu and the others didn't humiliate the Great Spirit Palace. Yi Xian laughed furiously. They didn't humiliate the Great Spirit Palace? Then let me ask you, does the outer court belong to the Great Spirit Palace? Yanli fell silent when he heard this. The outer court does belong to the Great Spirit Palace. No one can deny that. Yi Xian continued. Since the outer court belongs to the Great Spirit Palace, then isn't he humiliating the Great Spirit Palace the same as humiliating the Great Spirit Palace? He humiliated the Great Spirit Palace, so I killed him to protect the dignity of the Great Spirit Palace. What's wrong with that? What wrong did I, Yi Xian, do? Everyone was speechless. The Grand Elder of the inner court shook his head repeatedly. Damn it. This fellow is really good at talking nonsense. It might seem like twisted logic, but it's useful. If Yi Xian didn't have the strength, then not to mention twisted logic, even the right logic would be useless. If he violated the rules of the sect, then he would have to die. But Yi Xian did have the strength. Yanli suddenly said, You think you're a member of the Great Spirit Palace, right? Yi Xian replied, Of course. He naturally wouldn't be stupid enough to say that he wanted to leave the Great Spirit Palace. If he did that, then he had no doubt that the entire Great Spirit Palace wouldn't let him off. Yanli nodded slightly. Since you admit that you're a member of the Great Spirit Palace, then will you obey the rules of the Great Spirit Palace? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, That depends. Depends. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone here was quite stunned. Especially the inner court disciples. That depends? That's too fucking arrogant. Hung couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Yanli laughed from extreme rage as well. You say that depends? Do you think you're the palace lord? Yi Xian sighed in a low voice. Elder, I can see that you are a reasonable person. Let me ask you, if someone insulted the law enforcement hall, what would you do? Yanli looked at Yi Xian without saying a word. Yi Xian continued. I am an outer court disciple. I have the responsibility to protect the outer court's dignity. Of course, I am also a member of the Great Spiritual Palace. If anyone insults the Great Spiritual Palace, I will also kill them with my sword. All right. Right at this moment, Gu Qing spoke abruptly. Well said. As he spoke, he bowed slightly to Yanli. Elder Yan, I am willing to be punished together with Yi Xian. Yanli looked at Gu Qing. He committed a crime punishable by death. The death penalty. Gu Qing's expression instantly turned slightly ugly when he heard this. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly smiled and said, Elder Gu Qing, I, Yi Xian, am willing to bear the consequences myself. Yanli suddenly said, Yi Xian, Do you think that because you have strength, talent, and a future, the sect will definitely not punish you? As he spoke, he shook his head. You're wrong. He was gravely mistaken. Without rules, nothing can be accomplished. There must be rules in the sect. If there are no rules, how can the great spiritual palace restrain the thousands of disciples? First, you killed an inner court disciple, then an inner court elder, and even the law enforcement elder. This kind of behavior is truly vile. No matter how monstrous you are, no matter how talented you are, the great spiritual palace will not tolerate you. Because in your eyes, there is no law enforcement hall, no sect rules. As soon as he finished speaking, an invisible pressure directly enveloped Yi Xian. Yanli looked at Yi Xian. I know you're good at talking and ting, but no matter how you argue, it's a fact that you killed them. Someone had to pay for the deaths of the three of them. I won't kill you on the spot, but you have to go back with me to be judged. Not only you. As he spoke, he glanced at Gu Qing. As an outer court elder, he has a responsibility as well. Both of you have to go back to the law enforcement hall to be judged. Gu Qing smiled bitterly. I'm willing to be judged. However, Yi Xian shook his head. I won't accept it. Hearing this, everyone was speechless. Zhang Heng shook his head slightly. In fact, he cherished talent and had thought of recruiting Yi Xian into the inner court. However, what Yi Xian had done this time was too serious, and it even involved the law enforcement hall. It would be difficult for him to protect himself. Even if he did, he would have to pay a huge price. This was a price he didn't want to pay. Yanli looked at Yi Xian. It's fine if you don't accept it. Then continue killing. Kill me first, then destroy the law enforcement hall, and finally rebel against the palace master. Yi Xian opened his palm and a sword appeared in it. He looked straight at Yanli. I won't give up. If you want to bring me back to be judged, then you can only bring my corpse back. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the surroundings gasped. This fellow still wants to challenge a minor saint? A Heaven Ascension realm expert challenging a minor saint? Is he crazy? On the other side, Xiao Linlang chuckled. Brother Yao Yi, this matter doesn't seem to end so easily. Li Yaoye looked at Yi Xian and didn't say anything. Xiao Linlang grinned. This fellow really has balls. In the distance, Yanli nodded slightly in front of Yi Xian. All right. Come, let me see how monstrous you are. As he spoke, he suddenly took a step forward. Bang! In an instant, a thunderous aura swept towards Yi Xian like a wave. In the distance, Yi Xian stabbed with his sword. Bang! The thunderous aura was directly slashed into pieces. Yanli suddenly leaped forward and smashed his fist down. Bang! In an instant, the entire starry sky became illusory. Some of the inner court disciples weren't able to endure the aftershock of this punch at all, and they retreated explosively. Even Elder Gu Qing was forced to retreat repeatedly. A saint's punch. Even though he was only a minor saint, this punch was still capable of destroying the world. In front of Yanli, Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. Fist energy. At this moment, he finally felt threatened. The danger of death. A true expert. That was exactly what he wanted. Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes, and then he swiftly drew his sword and slashed. Draw the sword to decide life and death. At the instant his sword descended, the sword in his hand shattered because it wasn't able to endure the force of that strike. However, the sword still fell. It was a head-on collision. Rumble. An expanse of sword energy suddenly shattered in front of Yi Xian, and in the next moment, his figure retreated explosively for over 10 kilometers. On the other hand, Yanli had returned to where he stood earlier. The starry sky trembled while countless rays of sword energy shot into the surroundings. It was a complete mess. Yanli gazed at Yi Xian with a trace of seriousness in his eyes. This fellow had really blocked his punch. Actually, he hadn't used his full strength in that punch, only 70% of it. Not to mention Yi Xian. Even a top inner court disciple wouldn't be able to block this 70% of his strength. Only an elite disciple might be able to block this punch of his. In other words, Yi Xian already had the qualifications to become an elite disciple. Most importantly, Yi Xian was only at the Heaven Ascension realm. The Heaven Ascension realm. Yanli gazed at Yi Xian from afar, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Monster. As he thought about it, he couldn't help but glance at Gu Qing with a hostile expression. Since Yi Xian had entered the great spiritual god palace, he should have been properly guided and guided. But now Yi Xian had committed such a grave mistake, and this made it difficult for both sides to step down. Make an exception for Yi Xian? Then where were the rules of the sect? Would others imitate him in the future? This situation was too terrible. Even if he cherished talent, and even wanted Yi Xian to join the enforcement hall, and become a sword of the enforcement hall, because Yi Xian's character was very suitable for the enforcement hall. To join the enforcement hall, one needed a fearless person like him. But now it was no longer possible, because what Yi Xian was challenging was the rules of the enforcement hall, and the great spiritual god palace. In the distance, Yi Xian suddenly smiled and said, "Again." As he spoke, he opened his palm, and a sword appeared in his right hand. Yi Xian directly charged forward. Chi! A ray of sword light tore through the battlefield. Nearby, Yanli suddenly punched out. Rumble! The ray of sword light shattered in front of Yanli, and Yi Xian was instantly knocked back to his original position, while Yanli instantly retreated hundreds of feet. The expressions of everyone in the surroundings had become solemn when they witnessed this scene. Yi Xian could actually fight a minor saint head-on. Was this really just the Heaven Ascension realm? A trace of seriousness appeared in Yan Li's eyes as well. Yi Xian's strength had greatly exceeded his expectations. In the distance, Yi Xian glanced at his right hand and laughed bitterly. Besides the green profound sword, no other sword was able to endure the might of his drawing technique and determine life and death with a single strike. In other words, he was utterly unable to bring forth his limits without utilizing the green profound sword. If he utilized the green profound sword, then he was confident in his ability to instantly annihilate Yanli. But he didn't want to use the green profound sword. He had to find a spare one. Right at this moment, Yanli suddenly said, "Come, let me see exactly how monstrous you are." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly charged forward and smashed his fist forward, and the starry sky and the surroundings started to be obliterated. A martial technique. This wasn't a casual punch, it was a martial technique. Moreover, it was a formidable martial technique. In the distance, the dark space around Yi Xian actually started to burn, because the strength of Yan Li's punch was truly too formidable. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, and his left hand held tightly onto the sheath of his sword. At this moment, he truly smelled the scent of death. Yi Xian still didn't utilize the green profound sword. He suddenly took a step forward, drew his sword, and slashed once more. Draw the sword to determine life and death. A single slash. Rumble. Under everyone's gazes, Yi Xian retreated explosively for 30 kilometers while Yanli retreated for a few kilometers as well. As soon as he stopped, his right hand split open and fresh blood flowed out. In the distance, as soon as Yi Xian stopped, the sword in his right hand split open and transformed into nothingness. The sword shattered. There were two reasons for this. Firstly, Yan Li's strength was too great. Secondly, his own strength was too great. The sword couldn't withstand his own strength at all. Yi Xian shook his head slightly. Because of the sword, he felt like he was being restrained, because he couldn't bring forth his full strength. In the distance, Yanli suddenly said, "You've slightly shocked me." Yi Xian looked at Yanli, and Yanli chuckled and said, "You're indeed monstrous. What a pity." As he spoke, he was about to attack. However, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Allow me to borrow a sword first." As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward and opened his palm. Sword. His voice was like thunder, shaking the entire ancient God Star region. In the next moment, the entire ancient God Star field was filled with the sound of countless swords humming in response. Then streaks of sword light pierced through the starry sky and shot towards Yi Xian. Chapter 1779. Somewhere in the mountain range. A woman who sat cross-legged on a tree suddenly frowned. She looked at the sword in front of her, and it was trembling slightly. The woman said softly, "Someone is summoning the sword." As she spoke, she looked towards the horizon. Who is summoning the sword? The sword in front of the woman was still trembling. A moment later, the woman said softly, I'm afraid it's not the Sword Alliance. As she spoke, she fell silent for a moment before she suddenly waved her right hand. Go! The sword transformed into a ray of green light and vanished into the horizon. Countless rays of sword light streaked through the starry sky like shooting stars. In the end, all the rays of sword light converged above Yi Xian's head. Over 100,000 swords. This scene shocked everyone present. A swordsman. A top-notch swordsman. Yan Li's expression grew more and more solemn as he stood before Yi Xian. On the other side, Xiao Linlong's expression became solemn as well. Underestimated. She'd greatly underestimated this swordsman. On the other hand, Li Yaoya's expression remained calm. In the distance, Yi Xian raised his head and glanced around. In the end, a sword suddenly fell before him. The sword was 1.3 long and a finger wide. It was completely green, and there was a tiny red dot at the tip that seemed like fresh blood. Yi Xian frowned slightly. This was a sword with an owner. Moreover, its owner was probably very strong. Why did he agree to lend me the sword? Yi Xian didn't think too much about it, and immediately grabbed the sword because it was the best amongst the 100,000 swords. As for whether it could withstand his life and death strike, he would have to try it to find out. After he held the sword in his hand, Yi Xian glanced at the swords above him. Disperse. As soon as he finished speaking, the countless swords transformed into rays of sword light and vanished into the horizon. Yi Xian looked at Yan Li. Again. One more time. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian suddenly charged forward with the sword in his hand. Hiss. A ray of light flashed through the battlefield. In the distance, Yan Li's eyes narrowed slightly, and he took a step forward as well before blasting his fist forward. Rumble. An explosion suddenly resounded like a thunderclap in the deathly silent starry sky. As the sword light shattered, Yi Xian and Yan Li retreated at the same time. Both sides retreated tens of thousands of feet. As soon as Yan Li stopped, his right arm split open and disappeared bit by bit. In the distance, blood seeped out from the corner of Yi Xian's mouth. The eyes of everyone in the surroundings were extremely solemn when they witnessed this scene. Yi Xian broke one of the little saint's arms. What kind of power was this? Was he really only at the Heaven Ascension realm? Everyone had their doubts, because it was impossible for a Heaven Ascension expert to achieve this. The difference in their realms was just too great. At this time, Yan Li looked at Yi Xian. I still underestimated you. Yi Xian smiled. Elder Yan, do you still want to come? If you come, we'll fight to the death this time. Life and death. Everyone fell silent. Was Yi Xian being arrogant when he said that? Obviously not. This guy could really kill a small saint now. And he dared to kill one. Yan Li looked at Yi Xian. Even if I can't do anything to you, someone in the enforcement hall can. And you want to fight the entire enforcement hall and great spiritual palace? Yi Xian shook his head. That's not what I meant. I just don't want to be bullied. Yan Li said in a low voice. Why didn't you report Wang Xiu to the sect? Yi Xian smiled. Is it useful? Yan Li fell silent. Yi Xian smiled. Elder Yan, you can leave. Yan Li nodded, turned around and left. He couldn't take Yi Xian away. In the entire enforcement hall, only the two great saints could take Yi Xian away. But now, one of them was in closed-door cultivation, and the other wasn't in great spiritual palace. If they wanted to continue capturing Yi Xian, the palace lord would have to personally give the order. In fact, the enforcement hall was in an awkward position. They were supposed to maintain order in great spiritual palace, but now, no one could control Yi Xian. After Yan Li left, Zhang Heng took a look at Yi Xian, then turned around and left. If Yan Li couldn't do anything to this guy, then he couldn't. He had to hurry back to the inner sect to inform all the inner sect disciples not to provoke this guy. This guy was a freak. Yi Xian turned to Gu Qing, smiled. Elder Gu Qing, it's fine now. Gu Qing smiled bitterly. This, Yi Xian smiled. I killed him, so I'll settle it myself. Gu Qing hesitated, then nodded. All right. Yi Xian turned to Li Xiuran and Dao Yi. Are you guys still going to participate in Glittering Jewels Pavilion's gathering? Dao Yi smiled. I don't care if I participate or not. Li Xiaoran hesitated, then said, let's go back. He realized that it was a little awkward for him to participate in Glittering Jewels Pavilion's gathering, because the invitation wasn't for them. Yi Xian nodded. Then let's return to Great Spiritual Palace. Just as the three of them were about to leave, a voice suddenly sounded from the side. Young Master Yi, please wait. Yi Xian turned around. Not far away, a woman was walking towards him slowly. It's Miss Linlang. Li Xiaoran, who was beside Yi Xian, suddenly exclaimed. Xiao Linlang. Xiao Linlang walked to Yi Xian and smiled. Young Master Yi, since you're already at Glittering Jewels Pavilion, why don't you participate in this gathering before leaving? Yi Xian smiled. Thank you for your kindness, Miss Linlang, but let's forget about the gathering. Xiao Linlang suddenly said. I just found out that young Master Yi is interested in that sword skill, Sword Extinction. Is that right? Yi Xian nodded. A little. Xiao Linlang smiled. I have something better here. Young Master Yi, are you interested in having an exchange? Yi Xian thought for a moment, then kept the green sword in his hand and said, sure. Xiao Linlang smiled. Young Master Yi, Miss Dao Yi, and Young Master Li, please. A moment later, everyone left. In the mountain range, the woman who was sitting cross-legged on the tree suddenly frowned. Don't you return the sword after using it? What kind of person is this? After saying that, she disappeared directly. Xiao Linlang brought Yi Xian and the others to the inner hall. She looked around and smiled. The things here are actually not that good. I'll bring the three of you to see something better. After saying that, she walked to a wall and lightly knocked on it. The wall disappeared and there was a small hall inside. The three of them entered the small hall. Inside the small hall, there were 6 crystal pillars. Xiao Linlang walked to the crystal pillar in the middle and opened her palm. On the pillar, a black scroll floated into her hand. Xiao Linlang took the scroll and walked to Yi Xian, then said, this is an incomplete sword skill left behind by an ancient god-rank swordsman. Yi Xian looked at the scroll. Incomplete sword skill? Xiao Linlang nodded. Yes. It's a bit incomplete. However, it was left behind by an ancient god realm master. It's priceless. Yi Xian asked solemnly. Above the sages are the ancient gods? Xiao Linlang smiled. Yes. Yi Xian glanced at the scroll, then smiled. What does Miss Linlang want? Xiao Linlang looked at Yi Xian. The sword drawing technique that young Master Yi displayed. Sword drawing technique. Yi Xian laughed heartily. Miss Linlang, you have good taste. Xiao Linlang smiled. Young Master Yi, are you willing? Yi Xian looked at the scroll, then shook his head with a smile. Miss Linlang, you've seen the power of my sword skill, but I know nothing about your sword skill's power. Moreover, it's incomplete. In other words, whether it can be cultivated or not is a problem. What do you think? Xiao Linlang looked at Yi Xian. It was left behind by an ancient god. Yi Xian blinked. Then do you know who left that sword skill of mine? Xiao Linlang smiled. Could it be an ancient god? Yi Xian laughed heartily. Ancient god? He had a feeling that the legendary ancient god was not as awesome as his dad. Yi Xian smiled. Miss Linlang, I'm not exchanging this sword skill. Because I feel that, not to mention it's incomplete, even if it's complete, it's not worth exchanging. Xiao Linlang looked at Yi Xian. Looks like I've underestimated young Master Yi's background. Saying that, she put away the scroll, then said, Young Master Yi, let's go to the main hall. Everyone should be here. Everyone can drink tea and discuss the Tao. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, then said, Miss Linlang, you said that the sword skill is incomplete, right? Xiao Linlang nodded. Yes. Yi Xian said with a smile. Maybe I can complete it. Xiao Linlang looked at Yi Xian. What do you mean, young Master Yi? Yi Xian said with a smile. Give it to me to study. Maybe I can complete it. If it's complete, TSK, then its value will increase by more than 10 times. And if it's not complete, Miss Linlang won't lose anything. What do you think? Xiao Linlang shook her head and smiled. Young Master Yi, You're trying to get something without risking anything. Yi Xian smiled. Miss Linling, in this world, there's no swordsman who's more powerful than me. If I can't complete it, then no one in this world will be able to do so. At this moment, Xiaota suddenly said, Young master, you said you're the most powerful swordsman, than master and sister Tianming. Yi Xian suddenly said in his heart, Shut up. Xiaota. In front of Yi Xian, Xiao Linlang smiled. Young master Yi, you said there's no swordsman who's more powerful than you. Are you serious when you say this? Yi Xian said seriously. Have you seen a swordsman who's more powerful than me? Xiao Linlang hesitated, then said, Young master Yi, I might have seen one before. Yi Xian. Xiao Linlang smiled. The other party is really powerful. Yi Xian laughed. Miss Xiao, you still don't understand me. If I use my full strength, can there be a swordsman in this world who can take a strike from me? Xiao Linlang looked at Yi Xian. I've seen a swordsman, he's very powerful. Yi Xian smiled. What's his name? Let him come out and fight with me. If I use my second strike, it's my loss. Xiao Linlang shook her head. I don't know what his name is. I only know that he's wearing a green robe, and he has a little girl and a little white guy with him. Yi Xian's expression froze. Xiao Linlang looked at Yi Xian. Looking at young Master Yi's expression, you seem to know him? Young Master Yi, can he take a strike from you? Yi Xian's expression was a little unnatural. Chapter 1780. Yi Xian was speechless. This woman had seen his dad before. Could it be that his dad had some power in Ancient God Galaxy? No. Didn't they say that there were other forces stronger than Temple and Sword Alliance? Ancient God Galaxy only had two super forces. One was Great Spiritual Palace, and the other was Battle Pavilion. Could it be Battle Pavilion? Xiao Linlang suddenly smiled. Young Master Yi, do you know the swordsman I mentioned? Yi Xian collected his thoughts and smiled. I do. And I'm quite familiar with him. Xiao Linlang looked at Yi Xian. No wonder young Master Yi's swordsmanship is so strong. Yi Xian smiled. Miss Linlang, let's get back to business. Do you want to let me take a look at this incomplete sword skill? If I can recover, won't you be in luck? Xiao Linlang smiled. All right. With that, she directly handed the black scroll in her hand to Yi Xian. Yi Xian did not stand on ceremony and kept the scroll. He opened it and a black light entered between his eyebrows. Instantly, countless information surged into his mind. Nameless sword skill. No name. Gradually Yi Xian frowned. This was because he realized that this incomplete sword skill did not have a front or a back. There was only a middle part. It was like it was divided into 3 parts. It was really incomplete. Xiao Linlang smiled. Young Master Yi, what do you think? Yi Xian shook his head. I have to study it. Xiao Linlang nodded. All right. Ayamo suddenly walked in. She walked to Xiao Linlang's side and said softly, Everyone is here. Xiao Linlang smiled. Let's begin. Then she looked at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, let's go out. Yi Xian nodded. All right. Everyone left the small hall and came to the main hall. There were already more than 60 people gathered in the hall. Yi Xian glanced at them. Besides him and Dao Yi, the rest were at least mortal severing realm. Moreover, these people's auras were extremely profound. One look and you could tell that they were the kind that didn't contain any fake auras. Not only that, some of them were at space-time realm, and 2 of them were unfathomable. A man and a woman. Not far from the platform sat 2 people, a man and a woman. Both of them were from the Great Spiritual God Palace. At this moment Li Xiran, who was beside Yi Xian, said in a deep voice, They are the true disciples. The man should be Chen Ge from Guanlan Peak, and the woman should be Mu Ling from Sanqing Peak. Cultivators. Yi Xian looked at the 2 again. He had to admit that the 2 of them were not easy to deal with. At this time, the surrounding inner disciples walked up to the 2 and bowed to them. Li Xiaoran hesitated for a moment, and then said, Brother Yi, according to the rules, outer court disciples and inner court disciples have to bow to elite disciples. Yi Xian said with a smile, Forget it. Li Xiran thought for a moment and nodded. Since so many people bowed, They probably wouldn't notice if they didn't go. Some of the inner disciples' gazes fell on Yi Xian from time to time. Obviously, the news of what happened earlier had spread. Xiao Linlang suddenly appeared on the round table. She looked around and smiled. I'm glad everyone came to Glittering Jewels Pavilion. Next, we'll be having tea and discussing cultivation. Let's have some tea first. As she spoke, she clapped her hands and a group of maidservants walked in. The maidservants poured a cup of spirit tea for everyone present. When Yi Xian picked up the cup, he was stunned. Such pure spiritual energy. He glanced at the spiritual tea in the teacup. The tea was crystal-like and very beautiful. Li Xiaoran, who was next to Yi Xian, said excitedly, "This is Saint-grade spiritual tea." Saint-grade? Yi Xian was curious. Is it good? Li Xiaoran nodded. Of course it's good. This cup is better than years of cultivation for us. In the great spiritual god palace, only the top inner disciples can have such saint-grade spiritual tea. He drank it in one gulp. Li Xiaoran trembled as the spiritual tea entered his body. He revealed an intoxicated expression. Yi Xian frowned. Is it really that good? He drank it in one gulp as well. The moment the spiritual tea entered his body, a warm feeling spread from his heart. Feels good. That was Yi Xian's first thought. Soon he noticed that his body had undergone some wonderful changes. His cultivation had increased. It could really increase his cultivation. Yi Xian looked at the teacup in front of him and sighed in his heart. Needless to say, cultivation really needed money. The more monstrous a person was, the more money he needed. The reason why he didn't have much of a concept of money was because he had never lacked money. Just like now. Cultivation resources? He had a divine great eternal life spring. Cultivation techniques and martial arts techniques? He had the most awesome sword drawing technique and one sword to decide life and death. Connections? His sister was invincible. His father was invincible. His big brother was invincible. If he wanted resources, he had resources. If he wanted connections, he had connections. Yi Xian suddenly felt a little ashamed. He seemed to be a second-generation heir. At this moment, Xiao Linlang suddenly smiled and said, "Everyone, the tea has been drunk. Who wants to come up first?" Not a single person in the surroundings moved. Xiao Linlang was about to speak again when a man suddenly stood up. He turned to look at Yi Xian and said with a smile, "Young Master Yi can fight a minor saint at the Heaven Ascension realm. Why don't you let young Master Yi explain it to us?" Xiao Linlang's eyes narrowed when she heard this, and a cold light flashed in the depths of her eyes. They were going to cause trouble in her territory. Li Xiaoran said in a low voice next to Yi Xian, "Brother Yi, this person is Ku Ran, second on the Earth rankings." Second on the Earth rankings. All the inner court disciples looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian gazed at Ku Ran and smiled. "Brother Ku, as far as I'm concerned, the matter between me and the inner court has probably come to an end." Ku Ran roared with laughter. "You killed someone and said it's over. Don't you think that's laughable?" Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "This is Miss Linlang's territory. It's really inexcusable for us to cause trouble here." Ku Ran turned around and bowed slightly to Xiao Linlang. "Miss Linlang, I have no intention of targeting you. I'm just slightly unhappy, and I have no choice but to speak up." Xiao Linlang smiled. "Since young Master Ku is unhappy, then speak up." Ku Ran bowed slightly. "Thank you for your understanding." As he spoke, he turned around to look at Yi Xian. "Yi Xian, you killed an inner court disciple. Do you think it's over?" "No. Even though the enforcement hall can't punish you, my inner court won't let the matter rest. So long as you're alive, my inner court will never let the matter rest." Yi Xian picked up the teacup in front of him and took a small sip, and then he said, "Do all of you want to gang up on me or fight me one-on-one? If it's a one-on-one battle, then I can fight all of you. If it's a group fight, then all of you can come at me together." Whoosh! An uproar resounded in the surroundings. How arrogant! He challenged a group on his own. The expressions of the inner court disciples here had become unsightly. Right at this moment, Chen Ge, who sat at the front, suddenly stood up, and he gazed at Yi Xian. Are all outer court disciples so arrogant now? Yi Xian smiled. So you asked an elite disciple to help you? Chen Ge walked slowly over to stand not too far away from Yi Xian. And then he stared at Yi Xian and said, I heard that you said that inner court disciples looked down on the outer court, so you killed inner court disciples. Elite disciples looked down on the outer court, so you killed elite disciples. Right? Yi Xian nodded. That's what I said. Chen Ge grinned. I looked down on your outer court. Come kill me. As soon as these words were spoken, the surroundings suddenly fell silent. Even the sound of a falling needle could be heard. Chen Ge took another 2 steps forward, and then he gazed at Yi Xian and smiled. I looked down on your outer court. Please kill me. Yi Xian put down his teacup and smiled. All right. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly drew his sword. He drew his sword to decide life and death. At the instant that he drew his sword, the expressions of everyone here changed drastically. A wisp of a ferocious expression flashed through Chen Jiyi's eyes, and then he suddenly smashed his fist forward. Sky obliteration. A peak divine rank martial technique. That wasn't the main point. The main point was that Chen Ge was actually at the minor saint realm. He wasn't at the space-time realm at all. At this moment, everyone here finally understood why Chen Ge dared to provoke Yi Xian like this. After all, Yi Xian had been able to go head-on against a minor saint just now, so he'd attained the minor saint realm. As expected, none of the elite disciples were simple. At the instant that Yi Xian's sword descended, bang! The entire glittering jade pavilion was instantly transformed into ashes. Yi Xian and Chen Ge retreated explosively. However, at the instant that they were blasted flying, Yi Xian drew his sword and slashed. This time, it wasn't the sword drawing technique, but the sword draw to decide life and death. Chen Jiyi's pupils constricted abruptly when he drew his sword, and then he swiftly raised his arms to block. World Guard. Bang. In an instant, a barrier of the river of time appeared in front of him. This was no ordinary river of time. This river of time was like a golden bell that enveloped him. Not only that, but there were strange golden runes flashing above the river of time. The energy of a saint. It was the energy of a saint. It was a formidable energy that only a saint could possess. But at this moment, Chen Ge wasn't using it to attack, he was using it to defend. Under the gazes of everyone, Yi Xian's sword descended. Bang! With a slash of the sword, the barrier of the river of time trembled violently and then shattered. Chen Ge instantly retreated 10,000 feet away. And as soon as he stopped, his body exploded. He'd shattered his body with a single strike. Xiao Linlong's expression instantly turned solemn when she witnessed this scene. At this moment, she'd noticed that Yi Xian possessed 2 types of sword drawing technique. The first was a simple sword drawing technique. The second was that the sword drawing technique also contained an extremely terrifying sword skill. 2 sword techniques. The might of the second technique was much more terrifying than the first. Even a saint couldn't resist it. The expressions of everyone in the surroundings changed at the instant they saw Chen Jiyi's body explode. Chen Ge, who'd attained the minor saint realm, was actually unable to resist a single strike from Yi Xian. Yi Xian walked slowly towards Chen Ge while the green sword in his hand trembled violently. Actually, it was mainly because of this sword. Otherwise, the might of his sword technique wouldn't be so terrifying. It wasn't that he wasn't capable, it was because the requirements of his sword technique were truly too great. Ordinary swords weren't able to bring forth his full strength. Moreover, even this green sword wasn't able to bring forth his full strength. While he was with Qing, he didn't just eat and sleep every single day. Not to mention him, anyone who stayed with Qing, for a period of time would probably become extremely terrifying. Especially when the sword technique he utilized was a combination of Qing, and his father's techniques. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to resist it at all. Suddenly, Yi Xian vanished on the spot. A moment later, a sword was pressed against the center of Chen Jiyi's forehead. At practically the exact same moment, a voice suddenly resounded from the depths of the starry sky. Try and touch him. A savage smile arose on the corners of Yi Xian's mouth. I'll try. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly pressed his sword forward. His Chun-Ji's soul was instantly obliterated. Moreover, even his consciousness was obliterated. P.S. Why don't you try voting? You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.